Okay, so we are live for the Josh Taylor versus Jose Ramirez fight. Super pumped for this, guys. This is going to be an amazing fight. And I can't wait to see Elvis Rodriguez actually next too as well. He's probably my favorite prospect out there. Hey, what's up, man? What's going on, Minnie? You pump for these fights, man? I know. I mean, it's going to be incredible, I think. All right. So, oh man, it's going to be so good, I think. I think we're going to get quite the show. I think the other part of this that there is clearly a little bit of bad blood between these guys. Not that they hate each other, but they've been a little rowdy, both at the weigh-in and afterwards. So, pretty excited to see how this all plays out. As much as I think Josh Taylor, I'm favoring him, as much as I'm doing that, I still think it's hard to count out Ramirez. He just seems like he's rising up right now, and whenever he gets challenged. The Postal fight was a tough fight for him, though. So, undercard's been so-so. Not the best undercard, but not bad. So, a little bit of mismatch going on. That's for sure. So, right now, Poirier and Vivas are going at it, man. Talk about some phone booth fighting right now. Head-on-head phone booth fighting. Which I've seen Poirier fight before. And this is totally his style. I mean, he's got that real kind of come-forward Mexican style. Which makes him fun to watch. Technically, he's not the most sound fighter, but Josh has some hatred towards... Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he definitely does. Boxing Vitals, that's a great point. I saw that. He went right after Ramirez's freaking manager and had to have a few words with him. Few words. So, that should tell you everything, A lot of motivation, for sure, from Josh Taylor. And the thing is, too, it's not that I think Josh Taylor's a bad guy or anything like that, but he just came off a little bit, not the classiest move to kind of push a guy in front of his kid and his wife. I know he's amped up. The big thing is with these fighters at this point, and right before the fight, they get really, really amped up. So I know he's had a few words as well. I'm sure Ramirez and his team were throwing a few words at him as well. So it's not like I think it was lopsided and, oh, poor Jose Ramirez. No, not at all. I'm sure there were some words exchanged from both sides. That's just how it is. But I don't necessarily love that. That said, it does spice up the fight a little bit. Man, I am so looking forward to Elvis Rodriguez. What is the main card? Main card is going to be Elvis Rodriguez, then Zepeda, and then it's going to be the main fight. It's a little bit odd to me that they started the undercard so early. Well, he called Jose Hathaway and shook hands. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's hard for me to really hold that against a fighter, really, Like, I'd be pretty amped up before a fight. Especially when you're talking about undisputed champion. Yeah, there's a little bit of nerves going on. There's a little bit of testosterone flowing, to say the least. Just a little bit. So I kind of expect that a little bit. And like I said, I don't think Josh Taylor's a bad guy. I don't think he's like the worst guy ever. Definitely on both ends. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's Ramirez looked, actually, when their first face-off before the weigh-in, he actually looked a little bit nervous, and Josh Taylor was just giving him a tongue lashing. And then during the weigh-in, Ramirez looked a little bit more calm, cool, collected, and was giving it back a little bit. But yeah, I'm sure Josh Taylor's been motivated by Ramirez's manager, who, quite honestly, I'm not a huge, I don't have anything against him, but I don't love him. I got money on Taylor. I think that's, do you have money on him in terms of decision? Do you think he's going to win by points, or do you think it's going to be by knockout? Because for me, I think the safe money is points, but at the same time, you just don't know with these guys. They just throw bombs, and they're both hard hitting. I mean, Josh Taylor has, what's going on, JT? Decision, yeah. I think that's a fairly safe bet. Josh Taylor, though, his KO percentage is pretty solid. That said, Ramirez, I think, is a tough guy. But who knows? He got buzzed by Hooker, so anything can happen with this fight. I had one guy in my comment section for my fight prediction video say, "Oh no, it's totally lopsided. Josh is easily going to win." And I'm just like, I just don't see that. I do think that we could see a moment where a guy pulls away a little bit, sure, and the end of the rounds, you start getting to the later championship rounds, there could be a little bit of a pull away. But in I would say the first 6 rounds, it's going to be an all-out war. That's my thoughts. Someone getting KO'd 9th or 10th round. I mean, it could absolutely happen. Especially in those rounds, JT, like you're pointing out, those rounds are when guys are the most tired too. They start getting really tired in those rounds. They're a lot easier to KO. Man, this fight right now with Poirier and Vivas. Poirier, I said, man, he loves to fight on the inside. He's got that Mexican style, but he's just not polished enough. He eats a lot of leather. I agree. Ramirez KOs Josh in the 10th. That would be interesting. I would. Oh my goodness. Poirier looking like he's in trouble right now. Definitely looking like he's in trouble right now. I'm glad that the ref didn't stop the fight when Vivas looked hurt. He's doing great work right now. I think, you know what? My heart wants Ramirez. My head's telling me Taylor's gonna win, and I'm gonna root for Ramirez. Obviously, obviously he's American, so even more of a reason. But it's just, fights like this we don't get, where it's so 50-50 for big championship fights. By the way, boys, did you guys see the Spence versus Manny Pacquiao getting announced? How about that? Spence versus freaking Manny Pacquiao that's just going to be wild. I can't wait for Devin Haney versus, dude, Linares. That fight is going to be amazing. I don't know why. It's not that I don't have faith in the skills of Devin Haney, but for some reason I'm feeling like an upset. I'm just feeling it. I can't put the actual I can't put the actual fight on the stream, but if Monty, if you need a link, I believe you've been around before, Monty. I can help you out a little bit finding something. I can't wait for boxing, period. The next 4 months, dude, I agree, JT. It's just been, I remember I saw someone was saying, because the Taylor fight, because of the AJ Fury fight didn't happen, someone's like, I'm so done with boxing. I'm so bored with boxing. And I'm like, how? Tell me how you're bored with boxing right now. It's incredible. This is exactly what we need. Linares still has a lot in him. Yeah, he does. He has a lot in him. Cheers, mate. Yeah, no problem, man. If you're looking for something, just, go to Google. You can type in like crack streams or something like that. Usually you can find something, so I've heard. That's what I've heard. I already have a link for free fight. Oh, great, man. There's just so many good ones. And then not to mention, you know what the one fight that's kind of under the radar right now that no one's like really hyping up but could be just a great fight is the Loma Nakatani fight. That's going to be a freaking awesome fight. Talk about styles makes fight. I mean, Yoshi Nakatani is a very tall individual, long guy that likes to fight at range, and Loma's obviously just got that footwork. It's just going to be fantastic to see that. So I'm actually pretty excited to see what happens there. Right now, we're getting a good old-fashioned phone booth fight right now. I think any one of these guys could win this one, Cormier or Viva. Bud Crawford has to be steaming at Bob. Yeah, oh, dude, he's so mad at Bob right now for letting Spence get that fight. I feel like Manny has to knock out Spence if he wants to win. I think that, first and foremost, JT, Bud Crawford had like this live stream message that he had on Instagram and was just going off about that situation. So mad about this fight situation. And then I think Manny can win by points. But I think the biggest thing for Manny is he's gonna have to be careful, because Spence goes through his gears fairly quickly and fairly well. But as we saw with the Kell Brook fight, you can time him, you can counter him, and if you have quick hands, you can give him issues. That said, like I said, he goes through the gears, and if Manny can adapt well, it's gonna be a tough night. Oh, did Bud Crawford got hosed, or did he hose himself? That's the thing I don't know. Okay, so the fight was going to be in the Middle East, and Manny Pacquiao asked for like $40 million. I don't know what Crawford asked for, but let's put it this way: the investor pulled out. So that tells me there could have been a financial situation where both guys were just asking for a lot of money. Bud could have been asking for more money than he's worth. I mean, Manny's one of the hardest guys to deny money to, because he knows what he's worth. He knows, I mean, if you throw a Manny Pacquiao fight, it's guaranteed to sell well. It's guaranteed good pay-per-view numbers. He's the most, household name when it comes for casuals. I mean, he is the name for casual fighters worldwide. So it's hard not to deny him money. Bud Crawford, on the other hand, thinks he's really, really good. Yeah, exactly, boxing. Dude, exactly. I always say Bud is great, but he doesn't sell pay-per-views. Yeah. In Omaha, he does great. But he just, it's twofold. And actually, I think it was, I don't know if you guys watch Addy on YouTube, Addy Boxing on YouTube. He has a great point. He was talking about boxers these days. He goes, all these boxers are relying on just their promoters to promote themselves. They need to take a page out of like Ryan Garcia's book and use social media. You know, like you gotta promote yourself in this day and age, this digital age. There's no reason that Bud Crawford shouldn't have a huge YouTube channel. There's no reason he shouldn't. You can't just be on Twitter. You can't just be on Instagram. You need to make content for your fans, because the biggest thing is with casuals, when you're fighting twice a year, or if you're like Bud Crawford and you haven't fought in a long time, they lose interest. Waiting 6 months for a fight is a long time for a lot of people that are casuals. So if that's the case, you need to have other content for them. Say what you will about Ryan Garcia. He is, you can dislike him, anything you want to say about him. The kid knows how to use social media, though. And Bud Crawford, okay, you want to see something sad? The saddest thing I've probably ever seen? This is pathetic. This should tell you everything. And if I was Spence or anyone else trying to make a fight with Bud Crawford, this is what I would use to show that he's not as popular as he thinks he is. You ready for this? This is just, I can't even believe this. This blows my mind. It blows my mind. Where is it? I can't even believe this. Look at this. This is Bud Crawford's YouTube channel. He has 6.5 thousand subscribers and 28 videos. How? How is that possible? The Pauls are more known than 75% of today's boxers, absolutely. Look at this. Bud Crawford, top 3 pound-for-pound fighter, has 6.5 thousand subscribers. How? How is that possible? That doesn't make any sense at all to me. And you know what? His last video was a month ago. He had 2 months ago. I mean, his videos are few and far between. His most popular videos has him doing some footwork, 45,000, then 13,000, then 4.8 thousand. Guys, I've had videos. I have less than 500 subscribers on YouTube, and I've had videos that do 10,000 views, and I'm a nobody. How the hell does Bud Crawford only have 6.5 thousand subscribers, and the bulk of his videos, he has one with 45, he has one with 13,000. Other than that, they usually don't go over 4,000. You're one of the biggest fighters in the world, and you can't do better than that? Like, that's what I mean. Like, Bud Crawford can be mad at, he can be as mad as he wants at Bob, because I will say Bob hasn't done great at promoting him. But you got to promote yourself. There's plenty of ways to promote yourself these days. And the fact that Bud hasn't gone out of his way or hired someone to help him with it, I just don't get it. You want to get paid, you want to be A-side, I get it. Belts are one thing, but I mean, you're not going to catch the casuals just because you're fighting in Omaha against guys that people don't care about. And mind you, I don't hate Bud Crawford at all. I like Bud Crawford a lot. I love watching Bud Crawford fight. But he's frustrating right now. He's a frustrating individual, which is sad to say. You know? I'm going to make a prediction right now. Bud Crawford, unless he gets offered insane money and fights this year, he is leaving Top Rank. There's no question about it. He's going to PBC. There's no question about that if you ask me. Which he should. Earl Spence has gotten amazing fights. What do you have? He had the Sean Porter fight. He had the Keith Thurman fight. And now he's getting the Manny Pacquiao fight. Oh, and he had the Mikey Garcia fight. These are the last 4 fights for Earl Spence. Why would you not go to PBC if you're Crawford? I mean, so that's my take on it. I think that, wow, Vivas got off the, I mean, I don't know how he came back, but he had a point deduction and still won. He came on super strong at the end. Dude never gave up. That's for damn sure. That's impressive. Do you want Bud at PBC now? I think he has to. I think he has to. Spence is truly not 100% PBC. He fights under their flagship, but he is independent. I mean, he should go to PBC. He should be. What has Bob done for him? Nothing. I mean, Bob's done very little, but like I said, it's a two-way street. You got to promote yourself as well. You got to promote yourself. And if you don't, in modern times, it's never been easier to promote yourself. Hell, even, Dremel Herring does a good job on social media. He does a pretty decent job on Twitter. He's constantly commenting on fights, constantly interacting with the fight community on Twitter. You just don't see that stuff. It seems like, maybe Bud's just ultra focused. I don't know, but I haven't been super impressed. Nothing but Bud is not helping himself by staying in Omaha, dude. Absolutely. And look, I'm not saying you can't train in unique locations. Like Omaha's a pretty unique location. But, what's it doing for him? He opened up a store there and stuff like that, I guess. That's great. But unless you're showing up at the store every week or something like that, it's not like Omaha's a huge location either. Like, I'm not saying you got to be in New York or LA or Vegas, but you got to reach out a little bit. You got to reach out a little bit. It just doesn't make sense to me. And like I said, I'm not hating on Bud because I think he's a bad person. I like Bud a lot. But Nebraska, okay, so Omaha has less than 500,000 people in it. So it's not tiny, but you're in the middle of nowhere, Nebraska. Nebraska is just like, other than corn and football, there's not a lot going on there. Right? Bud should ask Ugas to fight. I agree with that. So if he wins, Bud will have 2 belts, then unifying with Spence in November. That'd be good. I like that. Honestly, the fact that Bud didn't get the Pacquiao fight is just, that's rough. That's super rough. He should have had that fight. He should have had it. I don't know if he priced himself out. I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm going to predict he probably did. That's probably a safe bet that he did. And look, if Spence beats Pac-Man, I think it's pretty easy to say that he's not only going to get another belt, he's going to be the A-side against Crawford. Like I said, the last 4 fights in a row, these are the 4 fights for Spence. Mikey Garcia, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, and Manny Pacquiao. If he beats Pac-Man, even though Pac's 42 years old, it's still a major accomplishment. So, I don't know. I'm frustrated as a Crawford fan. But what are you going to do? Keep up the good work. Got to cut out. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by, brother. Hopefully you get to enjoy the fights tonight. So, let's get to Elvis Rodriguez now, man. That's what I'm excited about. If there's one guy on this undercard that I get really amped up about, it's Elvis Rodriguez. The kid's just special. He just looks special. He has all the tools. All the tools. And it's hard not to be excited about when you see a young guy like that just has such amazing fundamentals. And just moves well, hits hard, good size, has a great trainer. To me, he's a guy to always keep an eye on. Every time he fights, I've been watching every time he fights, I make sure to watch his undercard. Every single time. Ma'am, did you guys see the undercard, by the way, for the Lopez versus Kambosos fight? Holy smokes, is that undercard bad. It might be one of the worst undercards I've seen in a long time. I was just like, this is what you want to do, Triller? This is the undercard you want to put together? Now, granted, I know they spent a ton of money, and I do mean a ton of money, obviously on the purse so they could win the actual fight, but the budget on the undercard is bad. I mean, it's real bad. I don't know what they're trying to do if they can't put together complete cards. Now, there is one good fighter on the undercard, in my opinion. And that's it. Everyone else, I'm just like, I don't care about these. And here's the card right here. I like Michael Hunter a lot, but versus Wilson, I don't care about that fight. This is their card. Yes, I want to see Lopez. I like Lopez a lot, but I like Hunter a lot. But nothing about this card screams $50 to $60 pay-per-view. Nothing about this screams $50 to $60. I believe they are going up in price. Dive, what's going on, brother? This is just, I don't understand how you put a card like this together and think that people are going to pay money for it. Why? You can't do better. If you can't do better than this and you're going to just bore people with music, you're going to have major issues going forward because no one's going to take you serious. And they're just going to wait for the Paul brothers to come in once in a while. People are mostly there just for the main event. That's true. That's true. But it's like you have Hunter on this. Hunter's a good fighter. Now the Hrgovic fight fell through, which I'm really bummed about. I thought that would be a great matchup. Hrgovic is robotic, easy to time, but Hunter's kind of small. What did Teofimo sign with Triller? He didn't. They won the purse bid. This went to purse bid, and they won it for $6.3 million, $6.3 to $6.5 million. The next one in line was Eddie Hearn, who put $3 million up, and then Teofimo Lopez's own management, Top Rank, put in $2 million. So Triller just basically blew their load on winning the purse bid and just probably didn't have any money to put it on the undercard at all. So, you know, I think I like Triller in terms of what they're doing aesthetically. They have really good visuals for their cards. I will give them that. The music, I don't care for, generally speaking, but it's kind of interesting to have kind of music in between fights as long as it's a little bit more to the point. But I mean, I'm glad he's not with Top Rank because Bob Arum can't get fights for shit, dude. I mean, Arum right now, I mean, like we were just talking about Bud Crawford, and he just got to be seething right now. That Manny Pacquiao just got this. Manny Pacquiao is going to be fighting Spence, and you know he's pissed about that. Terrible. I want some good appetizers before my main course. Yeah, I agree. Well, that's the problem with Triller. Triller doesn't have a stable to work off of. So they got to piece together what they can. And like I said, I think they blew too much money on that. Way too much money on that. So there's that problem for sure. That's Bud's fault, thinking he's dude, A-side fighting against Manny and Earl. Absolutely. Oh, so Dive, check this out. I was just showing this. I was talking about how you need to promote yourself and you need to use social media to do that. This is Bud Crawford's YouTube channel. He has 6.5 thousand subscribers. How? His biggest video has 45,000 views. After that, the next one has 13,000 views. And then everything after that has under 5. I have less than 500 subscribers on my YouTube channel, and I have multiple videos that are around 10,000 views. So I don't get how Bud can't. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's not rocket science. You need a PR person. You need to create some hype and heat, because casual fans in between fights, 6 months in between fights, casual fans don't think about you. Hardcore boxing fans, we're always talking about this stuff. We're always kind of, keeping up on the news and looking at stuff. Casual fans don't do that. I get it all the time. I know a bunch of casual fans, and they'll ask me like all the time, like, hey, who's fighting this weekend? Is there any good fights coming up? Because they don't take the time to kind of, focus on that stuff, which is okay. They're there to kind of come in and see good fights once in a while. If they hear a Canelo fight, there's enough buzz behind it that they can, they'll hear about it for sure on social media. But no one hears about Bud's fights. That's all Tomorrow's fault. Bob, I mentioned there's a Terrence Crawford, on the week of, and once the fight's over, exactly. Here's nothing from him. Here's nothing. Exactly, John. That's exactly who I'm talking about. It's just Bud Crawford just like goes silent. Like I was saying, even Jamel Herring does a nice job on Twitter interacting with the boxing community a lot. He's always talking about the latest fights. Obviously, he's promoting Top Rank as much as possible in their cards. But he's always interacting with people. And it makes it really nice. And guys, if Spence beats Pac-Man, he now has 3 of the belts. So there's no way Bud can claim that he's A-side. No way he can claim A-side. It's just not possible. So, here we go. Main card. Should have accepted it straight up. He can't be... Yeah, dude. Absolutely. Especially if you think you can win. Which, by the way, Bud Crawford versus anybody. Versus anybody is really tough. Now they're just showing Ramirez and Josh Taylor getting into it after the weigh-in. And Earl Musk definitely going to be... Dude. If he beats Manny, absolutely he is higher on the pound-for-pound list. And look, I've said this before about Manny. It's hard to always to count out Manny in any fight. But he's 42 years old. And the MO with Manny is always the same thing. When he fights bigger, stronger guys, weight bullies in the weight class and everything like that. Everyone's, he can't win. And then he goes in and he shows everyone he can win. So it's hard to count him out because he's done it so many times. But with Earl, that's going to be a tough one. Because the pound for pound ranking is all that. Yeah, dude. Absolutely. That's all that backs up Bud. And I was talking about this. Look at the last couple fights that Crawford's had, right? And then you look at Spence. And his last 4 fights are Mikey Garcia, Sean Porter, Keith Thurman, and then Manny Pacquiao. So how do you even make the case? How do you even make the case that Bud Crawford is above Spence if he beats Manny Pacquiao? You can't make that case to me. I'm sorry. Oh, well, he's won in multiple weight classes. I don't care. He already is. Spence has a better resume. Yeah, he does. He does. I mean, one of the biggest names you have on Bud's resume, sadly, is Gamboa. And there's nothing wrong with Gamboa, but he's not elite, Okay, Elvis Rodriguez, here we go, baby. If you aren't excited for this, Bud's rejecting fights against Sean Porter just shows he's not about it. Absolutely. Absolutely. That would be an excellent fight. Guys, Elvis Rodriguez, man. This kid is special. He's a negative 2,000 for this fight. So we should see something pretty special. I really like this Elvis kid. He's just the complete package. He's up there as one of my number one prospects, by the way. You watch it? Oh, dude. I'll be watching this, and if I can switch over that, I definitely will. Cody, man. Cody, you just never know what's going to happen when Cody's in the ring. I mean, that buzzer beater knockout was just like, it looked like a video game with that punch. You just never know with Cody, man. I like him too. He seems like a nice guy. Seems like a little hot-headed, which is good for MMA. So, I'm going to be buzzing for this Taylor fight. I give this fight 2 minutes. Dude, yeah. This could be a quick one, boys. This could be a quick one. Yeah, dude. This could be a quick one. Elvis Rodriguez has got power. He's got speed. He's just complete package. So, let's see. I mean, the thing I like that I've been seeing from Elvis is that he's calmed down a little bit too. He used to really, really rush in there and try to get the KO right away. Now he boxes a little bit more, which I like. So, he's huge. I mean, he's a big kid too. So, I'm excited to see how he progresses. I mean, the fact that now he used to be at the bottom of the undercard. Now he's getting up to that main card. Favorite current boxer? I still love Loma. All right, JT. I still love Loma. It's hard not to love him. I mean, it's just super special to see a guy move that way. Other than that, I mean, I've really fallen in love with Canelo, which is, obvious. I really like Tyson Fury, although I'm getting a little bit tired of the antics outside of the ring and his social media a little bit. What about you, Dive? Who's your favorite? I mean, there's so many guys. A guy that I really love is Inoue. Inoue might be up there as well. Inoue might be like, he's probably just under Loma. Rosado, dude, Gabriel Rosado, I don't know if you've seen, there's a video out there. Like, who was it? It was like some magazine did with him where they bring in experts to watch like a bunch of different movies and then comment about how real it is. And he did it on boxing. It was Gabriel Rosado, and dude, he really like impressed me with his knowledge and everything, but he just seems like a cool dude. And I loved it. I was just like, the thing with Rosado that I feel so bad about is I think he won that Danny Jacobs fight. I think he got robbed in that fight. Which is so sad because you could tell he was putting in the work. And I don't know why, but Jacobs just did not. Gypsy King, yeah, I mean, Fury is, I love the mouth on Fury too. Gets in people's heads. The one time he actually fought like a boxer and he got robbed hard. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It was just so sad. Because you're just like, you could tell he was working. He had a good game plan. And Jacobs just had nothing in that fight. And I don't know, man. You know who I'm actually really enjoying lately is Chisora. I'm kind of loving that Chisora's just like, I'm out here to fight top level dudes. And I'm going to swing for the fences, and I hope I hit something. And I kind of love it. I think, oh, dude, Chisora is just like, he just does not care. He doesn't care about anything. He just doesn't care about, like, he's not scared of anything. His resume is pretty incredible if you look at it. I mean, if you don't like Chisora, then there's something wrong with you. I do kind of like Dillian White and just the way he trolls people and just like how mad everyone is at him all the time. His left hook is just gorgeous. It's like Joe Frazier level left hook. And I really want to see him and Wilder fight, actually. Because the trash talk, like their press conferences, amazing. AJ versus Usyk, who you got? Personally, I have AJ winning that one only because Usyk hasn't impressed me. I look at their full resume and what they've done, but I especially look at what they've done recently. And yes, he outboxed the crap out of Chisora. But, you know, he got pushed around in that fight a little bit. He doesn't have power to knock out AJ. So I don't think he can stop AJ. I think AJ is a better boxer now than we've seen in the past, where he was a little bit more robotic, easier to time. He didn't really get into rhythms as much. He kind of was a little bit more of, I'm just going to bulldoze you kind of. He's gotten a lot better, and he's got a lot smoother. And so Usyk is going to have to fight a perfect 12 rounds because AJ can knock him out for sure. And don't get me wrong, I think Usyk has a chance, but he's got to fight a perfect fight. And that is really hard to do. AJ doesn't have to worry about getting hit. And he's just got to find moments where he can land big hands on Usyk. So I see some people being like, oh, Usyk's going to give a boxing lesson to AJ. Maybe the old AJ, you know? The guys that were able to he had issues with, you know, back in the day, like Takam and even Parker, he couldn't get out of there. But now I feel like AJ's kind of hitting his stride and better than he was before. And I am not an AJ fanboy at all. Like, I am not a big fan of AJ. I should say I don't like the plastic of his personal kind of outside the ring personality that he has. Everything seems scripted. So that's why I like when AJ goes off and gets like pissed off like he did against Jarrell Miller. He's like, who the hell you think you talking to? I'm a goddamn world champion. You know, and just like starts going off on people. I like that because it's like the real AJ. So, you know, and it was kind of like after the Andy Ruiz fight too. We started to see like the real AJ come out where he was just like, no more Mr. Nice Guy. No more staying humble. I'm going to knock you out kind of thing. I like that a lot. I like that a lot when I see that from AJ. You're going to be the heavyweight champion. You're going to be the best man on the planet. You got to have a little personality for it too. Right now, Rodriguez is doing great. He is eating a shot here and there, though. So, I do think that an interesting fight that I know UK fans are not happy about is the Wilder Fury 3 fight. I know they're mad about it. I get it. I get the frustration. I get the anger. It makes total sense. You guys, I mean, they have the two top guys with all the belts. So I get it. They want to see that fight as well as everyone else. But hey, man, to be honest with you, it's not Wilder's fault that he won in arbitration, because Fury could have settled that late last year. And now Fury's going into a situation where he hasn't fought since their last fight. And, you know, boring fight so far. Rodriguez is getting in a few nice, yeah, dude. For sure, John. He's boxing a little bit more than just swinging, which I like. I mean, I want to see Rodriguez go up a level. I want to see him pour it on a little bit more, because I don't see anything coming back that's like hurting him or anything like that. So I have the first 2 rounds for Rodriguez. Sims is doing a nice job, though, not getting too crazy, and he is landing some good right hands, like he just did right there. I like the feinting I'm seeing from Rodriguez, but he's got to get in there a little bit more. And right now, Sims is looking pretty comfortable coming forward on the front foot. He's actually doing really well right now. But Rodriguez might have, landed a few big shots, but Sims is just eating them. Why do UK fighters always lose against Mexican fighters? That has been a trend lately. Part of that, honestly, level is, I think that part of it is because UK fighters, when it comes to sparring in particular, they spar the same people over and over and over again. Over and over and over and over and over again. And it's just like, because of the resources they have available to them for sparring, they see the same stuff over and over again. And the style, the European style, is very different and is more robotic, generally speaking. And the Mexican style is just something they don't see they just don't see that. So when it happens to them, like Lara versus Josh Warrington, they get caught off guard. On top of that, some of these Mexican fighters, not all of them have crazy tape on them, which makes it harder to game plan, really. Like that Lara fight. This is a good fight right now. This is heating up a little bit. I'd say there's a general... This generally happens with some UK fighters when they come to America. It happens. He boiled food. So it is something that does happen, And I think there's other elements to it as well. I mean, if they're traveling to Vegas or the West Coast to California, that's a huge disruptance to their sleep, to how they kind of get, their body, everything. It's hard to travel. Not every fighter travels well. So there is that, Because think about it. If you're fighting in the US and it's 11 o'clock at night on the East Coast, your body clock is saying it's 5 a.m. basically. It's about 4 o'clock, 4:30-ish. 11 to 12-ish. You're about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's tough. I mean, I've done international travel overseas and had to adapt. And they say that for every time zone you go through, it's about 1 day to adapt to that time zone. Yeah, that was a good round. I think Rodriguez squeaked that one out, but that was a very close round. So that's also part of it, I think, for the UK fans, fighters in general. I mean, and like I said, it doesn't always happen, but it's been a trend lately. Certainly been a trend lately. So, okay, this is where I want to see Rodriguez is. Yeah, Sims just changed up. Now he's fighting southpaw. Let's see if that makes a difference. Rodriguez is landing 35% right now, so higher landing percentage, but Sims' work rate, I like what I'm seeing from him. For a guy that's, favored negative 2,000, I'm a little surprised Rodriguez hasn't gotten in there a little bit more. But that jab from Sims is just really solid. So, I mean, like they always say, like what is it? Like a good power hand will bring you around the block, but a good jab will bring you around the world. That's a big thing for some of these young guys. Sims is really controlling distance with that jab. So, I want to see if Rodriguez starts going up another level, setting traps, trying to find ways on the inside, trying to find ways to win the exchanges, touch the body a little bit more, all that kind of stuff. And Sims is throwing a lot of volume. He's not really landing anything. And Rodriguez's hand speed, I think, is on point. There he goes. Nice right hand. Up. This round is a little bit slow. Oh, big right hand. Sims felt that one. Might have rocked him just a little bit. Oh, Sims right now, it looks like his right eye is swelling up a little bit from that. That's exactly the shot Rodriguez needed to win this round. Because he wasn't doing much for output, and that was a huge, huge left hand for him. So, if Rodriguez can get the timing and keep landing that left hand, it was really solid left hand. But I'm glad to see him get tested a little bit. Because, you know, some of these young guys, they just run through guys. They never get any actual challenge. It's also good he's getting rounds. Yeah, and yeah, I probably gave him round 4 for that huge left hand he landed. But I need to see a little bit more from him. When you're that high of a favorite, you got to do a little bit better than that, in my opinion. No, not a riveting match, John. You're right. I expected it to be a little bit better than this. But hey, Zepeda, who's next on the co-main, had fight of the year. Was it like a year ago? So he should be fun to watch. And then the main event should just be an all-out war. If it's a runaway, I'd be shocked. I like that looping left that Rodriguez just threw. I'd like to see a little bit more head movement from Rodriguez right now. Yeah. They're talking about the betting right now for Jose Ramirez versus Josh Taylor and how all the money's coming in right now for Ramirez. That's because Ramirez was a 2-1 underdog, which is, I think, ridiculous. $10,000 bet on Ramirez, they said. Someone threw down. I'm telling you, I know that Josh Taylor's the favorite, but something could happen in this fight. And, I mean, anything could happen in this fight, really. All right. Sims right now. Oh, there we go. That was a nice jab from Rodriguez. Right now, I'm just a little bit disappointed on the output of Elvis. He's still landing that left hand here and there. That's nice, but I'd like to see him go to the body a little bit. Even if he just throws a jab to the body. It's just something. Sims doing some good, decent work in here. Oh, their knockout percentage? There could be an early fight. No. That's true, John. I mean, Josh Taylor, I believe, has something like 75% or something like that. Fairly high percentage. That said, I mean, the caliber of fighter is going to be interesting to see because, I mean, Ramirez has had more fights. He's also fought probably the better competition lately, too. Although he struggled a little bit with Victor Postal, which I can understand. Victor Postal tried to fight him more at range. I don't think Josh Taylor's going to do that. I think Taylor's going to be more on the inside, mid to inside range. So, I mean, anything can happen. I mean, Teddy Atlas has Ramirez winning. He thinks it's going to be an upset. And not that Teddy's always right, but maybe he's seeing something that other people aren't. Man, you should have seen the comment section for that. Teddy Atlas gives his 2 cents, says, I think Ramirez is going to win. And the whole comment section was all just Josh Taylor fans like freaking out. Teddy, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about Josh. He's not from London. He's from Edinburgh. It's just like, guys, we get it. But, yeah. I think it'll be nice to see. I think the size of Josh Taylor, once he gets rehydrated, could be very interesting. Because their box rec has them both fairly close. I think they're both supposed to be the same height, but they don't look the same height at all. You know? They don't look the same height, and Josh Taylor, I think, looks like the bigger fighter. So, that last round, I think, is going to go to Sims. I thought he did better that round, but I could have been wrong. I thought he possibly won that round, took that away from Rodriguez. Depending on how these judges, what they like to see, this might be a closer fight card than what I have. Oh, that was nice hook. Nice lead hook from Sims. Nice response. I like seeing Rodriguez a little bit more on the front foot. He's got to get a little nastier. Because I think right now, Elvis isn't the best fighting off his back foot. He's doing okay. But in most of his fights I've seen him in, he's been on the front foot. You know? There's a nice body shot right there. Yeah, I think Rodriguez definitely needs to step it up. Yeah, Andre Ward has a good point. When you hit somebody and you're supposed to be the guy that can just steamroll people because you hit them and they go to sleep, that was a nice right hook from Rodriguez. Yeah, I like that Rodriguez isn't going back as much this round. He's definitely trying to get in there a little bit more, trying to be on the front foot a little bit more. I mean, I haven't seen Rodriguez really get rocked before in any fight, so. Ooh, Sims is taunting him a little bit. Yeah, I mean, my card might be off because Sims is feeling pretty good right now. I do think Rodriguez is doing the better work this round. But, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, Rodriguez is going straight back is his biggest problem. That's why he's getting caught. But Rodriguez on the front foot, I like this. This is what he should have been doing a couple rounds ago. Trying to bully Sims a little bit more. And when that left hand lands, it's pretty significant. That's a tough round. I think Sims certainly did pretty well that round. Definitely landed some good shots. That one I'm undecided on. I'm going to put that one right there. I don't know how to score that one, to be honest with you. I like that Rodriguez was on the front foot. Like he was trying to be more aggressive, but he was eating some shots. You know what? Just for fun, I think that round could have went to Sims. But, I mean, that's a toss-up round right there. Let's see. I want to see Rodriguez yet again on the front foot pick it up a little bit. Get a little bit nasty. These are the last 2 rounds for him, championship rounds for these guys, basically. Ooh, there's some good shots right there from Rodriguez. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the judges are going to... Sims is doing some really good work right now. I think Rodriguez needs to do something big to really make sure, because right now Sims is definitely winning this round. This is a bad round so far for Rodriguez. He cannot be giving up rounds because, you know, I have him winning. But oh, here we go. Now this fight's starting to catch a little bit of fire. Sims is just really feeling confident. Yeah, Sims is connecting. Absolutely, John. This is his round right now. If he takes 2 more rounds, this could be either a split decision or very close. Rodriguez is getting dominated a little bit in this round. This has become a very interesting fight. I mean, if you're someone that had money on Sims to beat Rodriguez with a negative 2,000 on Rodriguez, that's huge money. I wouldn't have predicted that. Yeah, I agree with Andre Ward. You cannot act like you're winning this fight right now if you're either guy. Right now, you got to do something pretty special, Rodriguez. Right now, Sims is now going switch hitter and still landing with the left hand. I mean, Rodriguez is not looking great this round. And it looks like Rodriguez is trying to get inside, trying to do the work that he wants to do, but every time he does, I mean, Sims is throwing either a jab in his face or he's countering him. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of swelling right now underneath the right eye of Elvis. This has been a good fight. If Elvis wins this fight, he's going to have to really go back to the drawing board, and Freddie Roach is going to have to... Oh, big shots landing from Sims. Man, that round was very clear-cut. That was a very clear-cut round for Sims. Very much a round for Sims. So, Sims definitely won that round. Not a good round for Elvis. He needs to go in there this round and do some serious work. Because if he doesn't and Sims steals that round, I'm going to have it about a draw, which is not good. Because some of these earlier rounds, I mean, you could have had it, if you like the work and volume that you're seeing from Sims, he could steal a round right there. Let's see how Twitter's talking about this, because I'd be curious to see what people are saying. Okay, last round. Yeah, I mean, people are saying that this is super hard fight to judge right now. Let's see what happens here, ma'am. Yet again, Sims on the front foot. When Sims is on the front foot, he's bringing it. I'm just not seeing this kind of the confidence normally Elvis has. He just does not look confident. There's a good little couple punches right there from Elvis, but there's another lead hook right there from Elvis that he landed. That was good. But, I mean, Sims is just nonstop coming forward. Elvis doing a little bit better this round. Sims is not really throwing the normal volume he was. Not jabbing right now, which is interesting. But, I mean, Elvis is... Yeah, see, Elvis is hesitant. He should be on the front foot attacking right now. Nice left hand right there for Rodriguez. But Sims is just like, man, I can eat these shots all night. Right now, I have Rodriguez winning the round, but just barely right now. Just barely. Ooh, that hook from Sims almost... That could have been interesting. There we go. Rodriguez landing some good shots. Nice 1 and 2 right there. No, another good hook he just landed. Let's see if Rodriguez can finish out strong. He definitely needs to. After that 7th round, I don't know if he took that round off or what, or if he just, you know, lacks some confidence. Ooh, he lands. Huge landed punch right there for Sims. And Rodriguez is definitely looking more aggressive, looking better, looking quicker right now. Really nice 1-2 right there from Rodriguez. Rodriguez is definitely doing better. This is exactly what you want to see. Oh! Sims lands big right there. And Rodriguez is like, yeah, you hit me good. Ooh, that one is a tough one. I'm going to give it to Rodriguez, and I'm going to give 1 round win. If not, I mean, that's a really tough fight to score, man. I'm going to lean towards Rodriguez, but holy smokes. If Sims won that last round definitively, we'd have a real issue. Yeah, I have Rodriguez just barely. Just by the skin of his teeth. Just barely. So, I mean, just barely. Close score. Yeah, it's a very close score, I think, overall. It's hard because, like, what do you like? Do you like volume? You know, do you like to see guys super active, or do you like to just I think more than anything clean punches is the way I like to score things personally. So if they have the card any wider than like a round or two max, then that's criminal. I could have easily given at least 1 more round to Sims. But yeah, that was a huge knockout by Zepeda they're showing right now. So he should be a fun guy to watch next. Man, I can't listen to Mark Kriegel, man. He does. I just do not enjoy his behind the scenes kind of hype up for fight stuff. I don't enjoy him much at all. He's just so boring. Yes, please. Let me see how they scored this. I think Sims thinks he won. $76, $76. $78, $74. I think it's going to go to Rodriguez. Whoa! Upset! Oh boy! Upset! I don't know about that. Holy shit! That's a huge upset. Wow! Let's see what Twitter has to say, boys. I think Twitter's going to be going crazy. Oh, man. 78, 74. Yet again. The volume. That played a huge part, I think. The ring generalship. That's pretty huge. Pretty huge, man. That's going to be a heartbreaker right there. But hey, man, when you're not throwing any volume and you have no head movement, what do you expect? What do you expect? Yeah. Oh, dude, if Sims even wants to go to the next, I mean, he just beat a young guy who clearly is not the best. If he wants to go up to that next level and face the big boys, he's going to have to really step up his game. And mind you, Rodriguez hit him with some huge shots. So, you know, it's one thing to push around a prospect like that. It's a whole other thing to face guys in that division that are real deal proven. You know? That sucks, man. I was really hoping that Rodriguez was gonna. I was really hoping he was gonna end up being, you know, able to pull it off, but nope, didn't happen. But hey, if he's able to cope and he's able to come back stronger, I mean, that's a pretty tough loss right there. But it's early enough in his career that, you know, it shouldn't define his entire career. I mean, he's light welterweight, so, or he's, I mean, light welterweight or, you know, super lightweight, however you want to. I mean, 140 is a tough weight class in general. There's a lot of guys in there. Obviously, we're seeing the top guys later. So I think what we're going to end up seeing from Rodriguez is go back to the drawing board there. They keep showing this whole elevator scene, which I get. I love how they just Tessitore just keeps bringing it up over and over and over again. So we are not far away right now. We got co-main and then we got main, baby. This should be a fun fight with Zepeda. Oh, Mark Kriegel again. Do we really have to listen to more Mark Kriegel right now? Please no. Yeah, they're gonna. Here's the Mark Kriegel hype up. I fight for my people of Scotland, and boiled dinner. I mean, so what about Ramirez versus Taylor being possibly an early knockout? Both have big KO percentages. I would say I've seen both guys take monster punches. It's not impossible. I don't think it's as likely. Because the other thing is, too, it depends what, I mean, if you're talking like the first less than half the fight, so under, within the first 5 rounds, I don't see it happening. Mostly because when it's this big of a fight with these guys, I'm expecting to see at least 2 rounds of feeling out. They're going to be nervous. They're going to be very anxious. They're going to be hesitant to engage, I think. I think we're going to see a 2-round feeling out process. I think we're going to see them warming up in the 3rd and 4th. By the 5th and 6th round, once you start getting to the middle, I think we're going to start to see them really going to that next level and starting to go through the gears a little bit. And then once you start going through 6 to 9, that's where we'll start to see some real serious back and forth. And I'm expecting if there's going to be a KO, it's going to be in the 10th or 11th round, later in the fight when guys are tired and they've found their groove a little bit more. That's just my general thoughts. Anything could happen, though, because against Maurice Hooker, Ramirez and Hooker did not spend any time feeling out. They went right at each other right away. And Ramirez took some monster shots. And then Hooker got knocked out brutally. So, we'll see. Josh Taylor also sometimes starts a little bit slow. So, I think that will be the interesting thing to see who comes in as the aggressor. I think Josh Taylor is going to honestly be the aggressor. Even though, Ramirez is the Mexican-American in this. And I think he starts faster than Josh Taylor. I expect Taylor to be on the front foot. So, I think the big thing that we want to see overall, though. Oh, Tyson Fury and Tyson Fury's outfits, man. That vest from the outfit from Tyson Fury. He's fighting Wilder, man. Mayweather promoted himself with all, yeah, dude. Mayweather was a genius at promoting himself. Oh, big news here from Fury. I'm hoping that they're gonna announce the Wilder 3 fight, and when they do, I am going to that. I'm gonna try to fly to Vegas for that one. If the tickets aren't obscene. The tickets for the last one were like $800, and I'm like, I can't swing that. Sadly, they couldn't have a packed house for this fight tonight. It's interesting because the commentary team is like clearly siding with Ramirez. You know? Which, you know, I get that. Because there's an interesting thing going on here where I think if you're Arum, you want Ramirez to win. For a couple reasons. One, he's Mexican American. Easier to promote in that sense. Easy fan base to, have. And because of that, you can kind of make things a little bit easier in terms of placing your fights in the US. Little things like the hashtag being Ramirez Taylor rather than Taylor Ramirez. Things like that. Sometimes, even Teddy Atlas was talking about that. Lomachenko in the crowd. Fuck, I love Lomachenko. Mikey Garcia and Virgil Ortiz. Mikey Garcia, buddy, you haven't done anything lately. Mario Lopez. I love how they show Mario Lopez over Virgil Ortiz, who's sitting right next to Mikey Garcia. It's like, dude, you have one of the hottest prospects. He's not even a prospect anymore. He's a true contender in the welterweight division at 147. Virgil Ortiz sitting right there, and they don't do that. They show Mario Lopez. Oh, man. Interesting how that works, huh? But yeah. I just did a video today all about the Spence fight. Speaking of 147, Spence Pacquiao fight's going to be super fun to watch in August. I'm curious to see what happens with Crawford, if he decides to fight someone interesting or not. Maybe he takes on one of these young contenders. I would openly welcome that. Virgil and Boots Ennis have both said they want that. 1,500 for Fury Wilder bet. Fury Wilder, I bet. Dude, I don't know. The reason I say that is because it depends where you want to sit, obviously. I would say when you get pretty close to the ring, 1,500. There's a large portion of people that are not interested in the third fight at all. I've seen it constantly on social media. They're just not interested in it. Because they feel like Fury won the first fight, which I think is safe to say. He easily won the second fight. Crushed him in the second fight. So people are like, why do I even want to see the third one? I already know who's going to win. So I think there'll be some tickets floating around for that fight a little bit more. I mean, for nosebleeds, I think it was like $400 for the second fight, which was super hyped up. So I have a feeling that for the third one, you get pretty close for $400, I bet. Especially in Vegas at the new Raiders Stadium. They have more capacity there where they didn't have as much in the second fight. I don't think they'll sell it out either. So, usually once the fight gets pretty close, they get pretty desperate on ticket prices. We'll see. We'll see for sure. But I know that Arum wants Fury to fight Wilder in like July. Like ASAP, get this done. Then we can do the Fury AJ fight later this year. Mind you, Wilder and Fury haven't fought since neither one of them had a fight since they last met up. That's a while. That's a ton of time off. And that could actually hurt Fury a little bit. You know, he's looking like he's got a little bit of extra weight around the midsection right now. So he's got to be on point, because I think actually Wilder, if Wilder's going to have a chance, he got very close in their first fight. Their second fight, he openly admitted that Wilder hit him and buzzed him in the first round. You never know. If a guy's not perfect against Wilder, it only takes one punch, which makes it, that's why I think it's interesting to me, at least. Zepeda, this should be a fun one. This should be a fun one. There's your blondes, John. Okay. So we got a trinket belt on the line. Great. All right. I mean, Zepeda almost didn't. I mean, he didn't make weight. He almost didn't make weight. Granted, he had like 0.2 to take off an hour, but still. Oh. 37 years old. Yeah, I think Zepeda should do pretty decent. Definitely going to lean toward Zepeda for this one. Zepeda, he's going to come in and he's not afraid to get hit. This could either be really good or really quick. It could either be an excellent fight or not. Okay, let's see how it goes. Cisco, what's going on, brother? You came in just in time. Co-main's already going on. Just in time, brother. This should be a fun one, but the main's going to be just a blast. I would probably put my money on Zepeda. UFC does have some quality talent. That's for damn sure. The thing with Top Rank, anytime you see a Top Rank fight, it's like you see the same girls in the same outfits. The ring's always red and blue. The lights are always red and blue. It's the same lighting effect. It's the same thing you've seen for like a decade from Bob Arum. He does not change anything. So, okay. So, I want to say Zepeda is going to start to find his rhythm pretty soon here. So Lundy is a switch hitter, allegedly. Which, that's interesting. You know? Well, the thing is, I bet you making weight. You're 37 years old, making weight at 140. I mean, look at the size of Zepeda. Yeah, I mean, dude, Lundy looks slow. He looks like he's 37. I like the volume I'm seeing from Lundy, at least. He's definitely trying to engage. But, Jay, what's going on, brother? Good to see you here, brother. Co-main going on. We already had a big upset in this undercard, or main card. Still can't believe that Rodriguez lost. That bummed the hell out of me. I was super high on Elvis Rodriguez. Ooh, Lundy lands a huge right hand hook. He's landed some good shots this round. I mean, Zepeda, I haven't seen much from him this round. He's done some good body work, though. Which, I mean, if you're going against a older fighter, that will definitely pay off, especially in 10 rounds. Zepeda looks sharper, but Lundy's output is definitely better. All right, round one. Gave it to Lundy, which I didn't expect to see. I thought Zepeda would kind of get in there, get his distance, get his timing a little bit, start piecing him up a little bit. Yeah, nice body work, absolutely. Zepeda, I think, it knows that this is going to be anytime you're fighting a guy that's older like that has nothing to lose, you got to be careful. It's not like Zepeda hasn't hit the canvas before. He's definitely hit the canvas. So you got to be careful, got to be smart. You know? Oh, Gabriel Flores Jr. I'm huge on this kid. This kid is awesome. There's my boy, Virgil Ortiz. I mean, Virgil Ortiz got all Maurice Hooker in the crowd. Oh, man, that's got to be a little... Maurice Hooker's got to be a little salty. He's got to be a little salty. Because Virgil Ortiz beat him. Just beat him. And then to watch Ramirez, who knocked him out. Then again, I mean, Hooker's definitely getting up there in age, too. So he doesn't probably have too many fights left. He's got freakishly long arms. Like, crazy long arms. He has, like, the same reach as, like, guys that are, like, 6'6". And he's, like, 6 feet tall. It's just, like, bizarro when you... Or he might be a little bit taller than that, but just bizarro when you see him throw a jab. It's kind of just crazy. Lundy, yet again, doing the better work right now, but... I mean, there's a nice little punch to the body, a little jab to the body from Zepeda. I mean, Zepeda's got to start being more on the front foot and doing some real work. Lundy is looking like he's trying to be slick, and then he just gets jabbed to the face trying to do switch hitting right now, which I don't understand why. You had so much success in the southpaw stance. Why are you going orthodox with your hands down? Like, there's a nice body shot from Zepeda as well. Another good body shot. This Zepeda's kicking it up a notch, which I'm glad to see. Another good body shot. Because Lundy is... Ooh. Lundy acting like he's... I don't know, man. I don't know why he's acting like this. He's got to take this a little bit more serious right now. Nice block of the shoulder right there by Zepeda on that left hand of Lundy. Ooh, Lundy lands a good shot on Zepeda that time, though. I think right now Zepeda is finding his groove a little bit, but he's still eating a few good shots, which makes it interesting still. I have a feeling that these body shots that Zepeda's landing are going to pay off big. Take the wind out of the older fighter. Definitely a Zepeda round. The thing is, if you're Zepeda, don't let Lundy goat you into his fight. Don't let him try to get wild and you kind of counter with being wild as well. Like there's no reason to do that. You're out boxing him. You're out boxing him. You're clearly the guy that's doing the better work right now. Don't get stupid. Just keep calm. Keep doing the body work. That's all you got to do. When you don't, you're going to get into trouble possibly because he's already eaten a couple shots. And those shots, although, you know, don't look like they hurt Zepeda, still. It only takes a couple shots. I mean, like I said, it's not like Zepeda hasn't hit the canvas before. Yeah. Zepeda's landed a couple more punches, but they keep talking about these unstable legs. I don't see it. Lundy goes down. What did I just say? What did I just say? What did I just say? I mean, Zepeda just ate a huge shot. Granted, I do think he did get tripped possibly there. I think that Lundy stepped on his foot possibly. But you know? Ooh. All right. So let's see if Zepeda can kick it up a notch here. I mean, I think Zepeda, let's see the replay. I want to see what happened there. If their feet got tangled up or what, but. Yeah, Lundy's loading up a little bit too much for my liking, but. Yeah, I wonder if I want to see the replay on that. All right. Are they going to talk to Loma? Great. I think Loma did lose that fight, but I do think that if he lost, it was by it was still very close. So round 3, I think might have went to Lundy. I don't even know, man. I think that might have been a legit knockdown. Yeah, I like that he's going against Yoshi Nakatani. Here you go. Get out of here. We want to go back. What? Go back to the. Yeah, okay. I wish they showed that replay. Yeah. It's my Loma is my boy. He's still my boy. I think if his shoulder was 100%, he could have beaten Teofimo Lopez. Why he decided to fight with a shoulder that wasn't 100%, I don't understand that. That to me is like that's just foolish. You know? The Peta really trying to push it a little bit here right now. And Lundy just trying to load up with that left hand. Like to a ridiculous degree. So there's been some good fights this year, absolutely. I know people are disappointed about the Fury versus AJ, but there's some other fights happening. Absolutely, Jay. Look, are we bummed about AJ versus Fury? Absolutely. You got to be a little bit disappointed about that. But look, I've said this so many times. Fury versus Wilder 3 is legit depending on where you put Fury, arguably number 1 heavyweight versus a guy that's in the top 4 heavyweight. Are you really going to complain about that? Oh, we've already seen it. Yeah, I know we've already seen it twice. But when you're dealing with a guy like Wilder who can knock you out in 2 seconds with one punch, it still makes it fun. I mean, that's me personally. That's how I think about it. You know? And AJ fighting Usyk, that's still a good fight. We need to see that fight anyways. You know? Now they're trying to make excuses for Zepeda, it looks like a little bit. He only had to lose 0.2 pounds. They're talking about it. It wasn't even half a pound. I watched the weigh-in. It was 0.2. So, yeah, I think I like that round a little bit more for Zepeda. So, I think that was a better round. But still, I expect a little bit more. I mean, you're fighting a 37-year-old guy. You know? I expected a little bit more out of Zepeda overall. I thought he could do better here. Especially if you're on a co-main. You're on a co-main event. Like, this is a huge opportunity for this fight. I know that it's not the most exciting fight for some people, like, that aren't really into boxing, but for me, it's like, you know, I've been waiting for this for a while. I think we know what the big news is. I think it's pretty obvious what the big news is. Speaking of weight, do you think Ramirez look a bit drained to you? Yeah, I think in general too. The thing with Ramirez is that, you know, for me, he's he's always looked a little bit drained to make this weight. A little bit. He's just not a guy that looks like... He's not as built. I think Josh Taylor's a little bit better build for this weight. By the way, they're supposed to be the same height, but I think Taylor looks like the bigger fighter. Overall, oh, there we go. That was a really nice left hand from Zepeda. I think in general for Ramirez, I think he knows how to make the weight okay, but yeah, we'll see if that affects him later if his gas tank gets really affected later in this fight. Because the thing is, Josh Taylor, I mean, neither guy's had a lot of issues with volume, but we've also seen, you know, Ramirez have to go through gears like against Victor Postal. And if he has to do that against Josh Taylor, if he is drained at all, it's going to be a problem. And we're going to see it in round 9 or so. Because you either are going to have that or you're not. Now, apparently, Ramirez did not feel like he felt like he was off against Victor Postal. But, you know, you can say that. Victor Postal also just fought really well on the outside. So, Zepeda's doing better right now. Lundy's kind of slowed down. He's looking really slow, easy to hit. So, let's see if Lundy can land a big shot or do something interesting. Because, I mean, Taylor going to KO Ramirez in the 7th. That's a bold statement. I mean, if anything this year we've seen Mexican Americans and Mexicans basically taking out UK fighters this year. And I mean, complete underdogs taking them out. It's true, John. You are never wrong. Oh, man. Michaela is not a great... She's not great on the mic. She's been a little lacking. That's a bold prediction there. I mean, I'm a little disappointed right now in Zepeda. You know? I Joe Tessitore trying to... One thing is for sure, people are criticizing the fact that like this has not been a great presentation overall. People don't like the split screens that they're doing. You know? People are not happy with the quality of the broadcast overall. You know, I think this is so freaking boring. This fight's really, I thought, would be better than it is, and it's not very good right now. I mean, you're fighting a 37-year-old guy. Come on, Zepeda. Like, get in there. All I got to say is I'm really hoping the main event pays off. if you're the younger guy, put in. I mean, Zepeda's getting out jabbed right now. I mean, this is it. It kind of feels like Zepeda should be dominating, clearly dominating. Ooh, it looks like he's got a little cut out of that right eye, like right underneath the right eye. But Lundy's actually landing pretty clean here. Yeah, I agree with Timothy Bradley. He's saying the exact same thing. Like, why are you not pushing the pace? I mean, this is kind of shocking that Zepeda can't take out a 37-year-old. Zepeda, I mean, he's still going to the body, but he's also eating big lefts. And the jab from Lundy is really paying off. That round, I actually am going to give to Lundy. I'm going to give that round to Lundy. Oh, do you see the scuffle between Ramirez and Taylor? Yeah. I had some thoughts on that. Yeah, I think that was a Lundy round too, John. I had a couple thoughts on that. Now, the way they're kind of presenting it is that Taylor looks like a total jerk because he pushed Ramirez right in front of his wife and kid right before they got in the elevator. I get that. That said, it's a two-way street, and I have a feeling that Josh Taylor was getting yelled at, and a few things were said to him probably. See, they keep saying that they're both 5'10". I don't think they're both 5'10". I think Ramirez is more like 5'8", maybe. Taylor looks huge compared to Ramirez. So you know that like Taylor probably was getting some verbal abuse from the Ramirez camp. So that said, it does not frame Josh Taylor in a good light. Definitely doesn't frame him in a good light. I mean, they keep talking about it over and over again. Wow. Andre Ward and I have the exact same scorecard. I mean, a little different. No, we had like the exact same scorecard. I think he gave a third round to Zepeda, but we're seeing it the same way. So I gotta be right. If Andre Ward sees it. Vaughn, what's going on, brother? What'd you think about Elvis Rodriguez losing, Vaughn? I was shocked. So sad. Kudos, Andre Ward is a smart guy. I like Andre Ward. I'm so glad that they renewed his contract. He's my favorite. He's one of my favorite guys on the mic. I really like Dre. He has a lot of really good points, insights. He talks super well about, training and there was a point I remember in the fight where they started talking about, yeah, dude, I don't know if I was overhyping him too. I don't know. He did not look up to par tonight, but hey, he's young. Let's see if he, comes back. Andre Ward I remember he had a line that I loved in the undercard, which he talked about the fact that, the corner's trying to get the fighter to change something. They're trying to get him to do something different. But if you didn't train for him to do that switch, then you're asking him to do something that he's not comfortable doing. It's just not going to happen. And just like little insights like that, like now I simplified it, but he was talking about like hitting the punching bag the same way and doing the same combinations with the mitts, and then you're asking him to do something different. Unless he's trained to do that switch, he's not going to do it. He's not going to be able to implement that. And I thought, ooh, Lundy looked a little bit buzzed there, maybe, or did that just a trip? So that was like really good, like just stuff like that you get from Andre Ward. You're just like, man, this guy, not only does he know what he's talking about, but he's really solid about giving it information and giving a clear idea of what fighters are thinking. So I think that might have been a Cepeda round, but that was tough. That was stupid close at certain moments. Vaughn, I know who you have winning. I know you have Josh Taylor winning. Are you still feeling the same way, or do you give Ramirez? Are you starting to feel like, are you changing at all since your prediction? I know some people aren't so fond of Bradley, but I think he does a good job too. The thing with Tim Bradley, you know, Cepeda isn't your wing and ding guy yet, dude. The thing with Tim Bradley, I like Tim Bradley too. I think he gets a little bit worked up sometimes, and he can be quite the company. I don't want to say shill. I think that's a little bit tough, but you know, he's really gone after some of PBC's fighters and talked pretty poorly about them. He's been a little bit of that company guy, which I don't always love. But I do think that he adds a layer to the commentary. I do like how you know, he'll be like, he's got to dig down deep and get that dog out there. And Dre will be like, yeah, he's definitely got to do that. He's like, dig down deep and get that dog. Like, you know, he's got a lot of passion, and you can feel that. So for that, you know, groundskeeper Willie, baby, let's go tornado. Dude, oh man, I'm rooting for Ramirez, but I lean toward a decision for Taylor. Mostly just because, I mean, mostly because the UK boxing fans, man, they're a little bit much lately. So, what's up? Soldier boy, what's going on, brother? This Cepeda fight, man, is not what I was hoping it would be. I thought he would look a lot better in this fight. Timothy, yeah, he's a company man. But just like, dude, Johnny Nelson is super bad. And Chris Mannix is probably my least favorite individual in boxing. I do like, yeah, dude, I like Lennox. Yeah, and Goosen is also good. Lennox is nice because he's very calm. He's very calm. He speaks really well. You know, like I feel like I learned stuff from Lennox too. Like, and same thing with, I mean, Goosen's also a really good comment. Chris Mannix is probably the worst, and Johnny Nelson's up there too. I don't know which one's worse. By the way, Vaughn, there's a guy on Twitter that is a parody account of Johnny Nelson, and it might be, he does all these like wild kind of like accusations, and it's the stuff that you are like almost unsure if Johnny Nelson is, if like, it sounds like something Johnny Nelson would say, and it's so crazy that you're like, yeah, that's something he would say, and it just makes me laugh so hard. It's so fucking funny. Lennox is very unbiased. Yeah, I like that about him. Johnny Nelson is a hater. Dude, he's crazy. My favorite thing I saw, someone made up a tweet, and it was made up, but I had to laugh my ass off because it was they made it look like Chris Mannix said, quote unquote, we wonder how Demetrius Andrade would have done against Hagler. We think that he probably could have beaten Hagler. And just like the amount of people commenting on it, people are like, did he actually say this? The fact that people had to ask just shows some of the comments that Chris Mannix has said, and that people don't know whether or not he's actually made these kind of comments. Dude. Oh, they're showing Fury signing some contract. Deontay Wilder. Ooh. Hey, Vaughn, I got to ask you about that. Vaughn, how you feeling about that third fight, man? Do you like your boy Wilder in that? I think that could be. I think it's a much more interesting fight than people are giving it credit for. You know I'm a fanboy. I know you are, brother. And the question I have is, do you think people are completely underestimating Wilder for that fight? I think they are. I think they're underestimating Wilder because Bomb Squad, dude. I think the one thing is, no, I don't think Wilder isn't there, but Fury. I mean, Fury's gonna make the announcement probably with like the entire team and everything like that. The thing I feel like people just immediately want to dismiss Wilder because of the second fight, and they don't realize right after the fight was done, Fury went up to Wilder, gave him a big hug, and said, "You hit me with something huge in the first round, and I was dazed. You got me buzzed," he said, or something like that. You know? But I've been to Wilder fights and have memorabilia. Dude, so that's why I am curious about the third fight. And dude, if it's supposed to be in Vegas, I think. If it's in Vegas, or even Texas, I mean, I would love to see what the ticket prices are, because I would love to go to that fight. I think some people aren't going to be as interested, which might drive the ticket prices down, and I will definitely go to that. I will definitely go to that fight if I can. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's pretty rational. How come they don't old Bob Arum in the background scheming? Dude, Bob is like, who knows where Bob is. Usually you can see him kind of somewhere in the crowd. It's going to be at Raider Stadium. Yeah. That gives me hope that there's plenty of tickets and I can get a good ticket for a good price and a decent seat. Because I don't think it will sell out. I think there's enough people that are like not interested in it that I could actually get a good seat possibly. For the second fight, I couldn't get it. It was $800 for like a half decent seat, not even half decent. So I said, can't swing that. But third one, maybe. That's my hopes. That's my hopes. And plus, by that time, I'm assuming they're going to really open up the stadium, to capacity a little bit more in Vegas. I mean, I know they're opening stuff up here right now in Colorado. They're opening up stuff big time. Bob got Eddie back for putting in the bid. Dude, for the purse bid for the TO. Oh, dude. Yeah. By the way, have you seen that, Vaughn? Have you seen that card, that undercard? It's garbage. It's a garbage card. Like, it's a really bad card. I'm so disappointed in that card overall. I was like, oh, sweet. Hunter is going to be on the card. And then I saw who he's fighting. I'm like, oh, womp womp. That sucks. I gotta be honest, boys. I'm a little disappointed in this fight right now. I thought it'd be a little bit better. Thought it'd be a little bit better. But it's pretty stale right now. I thought that they would be, ramping it up. I thought Zepeda would easily be kind of showing off here a little bit. Against a 37-year-old man, it can't do it. This is going to go the distance. I thought Zepeda would be continuing to go to the body, and that would end up, oh, God, I'm 2 rounds behind. I think Zepeda's easily been winning these last couple rounds. Yeah. Yep. Dre gave Lundy a couple more rounds than I did, or one more round than I did, but I mean, this is not impressive at all by Zepeda. And Lundy's a little bit, I mean, he's awkward. He's an awkward dude. I get that. You know? But you should, I mean, I would hope you'd be able to do a little bit better than this. Wow. Lundy is like loading up. Ugh. This fight has totally taken some wind out of my sails for the, like, come on. I'm super pumped for the main event, but this is just like not the fight I was hoping it would be. I mean, it seems like, yeah, definitely Lundy's slowing down, I would say, but even still, Zepeda isn't, I mean, I would hope Zepeda could easily, I mean, I think he's going to coast to this round. Yeah, dude, yeah, John, that's a good point. Lundy's head movement definitely has been frustrating Zepeda. And he's just awkward. He's awkward. His timing's awkward. And Zepeda also does this thing where he lunges in. And when he does that, Lundy anticipates it and just grabs him. Like, he just lunges. If he doesn't lunge in and you just try to stay more in that medium range and box a little bit more, he'd be better off. He could still get hit with the left, but still, lunging in is doing nothing for him. And you can see Zepeda trying to get that left hand to kind of do some work. And it's just like, dude, you haven't really, if you're not landing stuff, there was a good left hand. If you're not landing certain shots, you need to just go back to the body. It's round 10, though, so it's basically over anyways. I think it's a pretty obvious round right now. So I gave 3 rounds to Lundy. I gave 7 rounds to Zepeda. I think Dre's probably going to give 4 or 5, maybe 4. He's going to give 4 rounds to Lundy. But hey, let's get amped up for the main event. Man, this main event is early. Boys, I might have to switch over to UFC after this. We might have to switch over to UFC after this. Because this fight is getting done early. This fight is getting done early. Yes. Yep, Jay, right after this, we got main event. So, okay. Let's get this fight over with. Let's get to the main event. I'm so done with this. Wilder's a bum. I don't know if he's a bum. I'd just say fundamentally he's not super sound, Ben. He's still, like, the thing with Wilder is, okay. This is my thing with Wilder. Wilder is a one-trick pony. His right hand is like his one trick, right? But it's a really, really good trick. In that he only has to hit you once, you know? Yeah, he is no Joe Louis. I will agree with absolutely. Joe Louis is like my favorite boxer of all time. So yeah, I agree with you, Ben, on that one 110%. You know, so like I appreciate what Wilder does because I think it's impressive that his right hand is so crazy, but it does make him one-dimensional. And he does a good job throwing out the jab to disguise it, but here we go. Cards. 98, 92. Geez, I wonder who. Zepeda wins. Yep. I mean, look, people are always going to hate Wilder to a degree, right? Like, it's kind of expected. Here we go. Fury's going to tell us about what's going on. I have to, Come on, he ain't no bum. I like him, but he's still impressive that he has done so much with basically, one big right. I mean, yeah, and maybe his face. Dude, I mean, the thing I will say about Wilder, and okay, this is just my personal take on something. One thing I think that has hurt him, a little bit with some people, is that if you know that Wilder has that southern draw, he has that southern accent, that southern draw. Couple things about that. Some people assume that when they hear that you're uneducated and that you're dumb because they just kind of put those things together. Especially UK. Like, if you ever listen to like UK, whenever they do a ignorant kind of American voice, it's always Southern, And the truth of the matter is that, like, if you listen to Wilder when he was on like Joe Rogan, like, he's pretty decently well spoken. And like, I'm not saying he's a genius or anything like that. He's certainly not Fury's level when it comes up to being on the mic, but I think some people underestimate him a little bit because of that. Maybe it's because I have family in the South and I've heard that kind of Southern draw before and everything like that. But that's just my take. I think sometimes people give him a little bit of stick. He's not the smoothest on the mic, I mean, he says, yeah. I mean, the biggest thing I think he's said that's dumb is after the loss to Fury in particular. And yeah, you could say the whole like wanting a body on his record kind of thing. So, okay, here we go. Fury's going to be telling us about what's going on. Boys, play nice in the chat. To be fair, Fury, I'm very curious to see what's going on. Let's see what kind of announcement he has. Joshua didn't make excuses, but a lot of people made excuses for Joshua against Ruiz. I can't tell you how many people are like, oh, he got a concussion and all this other stuff, which I have to give Joshua credit for. He didn't make excuses. He didn't say them, but other people did. So I think Joshua handled the defeat better than Wilder. I think Wilder coming out and talking about gloves and everything like that was a bad look on his part. That's my personal take on that. I don't think he should have done that. I think people around Wilder should have told him, hey, like, don't do this. That's my personal thing. I mean, that's my take. I think Wilder could have handled that a little bit better, for sure. I mean, here we go. Lomachenko, my shoulder and judges. Yeah, I mean, I hated that. I mean, my big thing with Lomachenko is like, if your shoulder's not 100%, why are you even in the ring? I never understood that. That pissed me off that Lomachenko did that. And he showed himself getting like surgery afterwards. I was like, come on, man. Well, I think the thing with Wilder is that he didn't expect Fury to be on the front foot. And I think that screwed up his game plan. Which was a smart game plan, by the way. Coming in at 275 pounds and just going straight at him. That was a bold move by Fury. And Fury even said to Wilder that he hit him with a good shot in the first round. So it was a risky move, but I think it paid off. I think he got hit in the equilibrium, you know? And that screwed up Wilder for the rest of the fight, personally. That's what I think. Because his legs were just like completely gone. You know? And look, whether or not you like Fury or not, like, I mean, whether you like Wilder or not, to get back in the ring with Fury is pretty bold and not take step-aside money. I'm shocked he didn't take step-aside money. July 24th, boys. We're getting the third fight, they're saying. Fury talking about Todd. Okay, so they're talking about Fury and AJ being later this year. By the way, Ben, how do you have AJ versus Usyk? Are you nervous about Usyk at all? I feel like many of these guys wouldn't be getting so much shit if they didn't talk. Yeah, so much trash. Billy Joe Saunders, for example. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing. I mean, if you're going to talk trash, you got to back it up, you know? You know? Boys, play nice in the chat. Enough with the whole Wilder chat, okay? We get it. We get it. Spence or Pac-Man? Oh, okay. Good question. Good question. Personally, I think I'd probably lean towards Spence. Because I think that Spence is in his prime. He goes through the gears really well. I find that he finds really good ways to cope with hand speed, which is Pacquiao's, specialty. That said, I will say that I said this earlier, is that with Pacquiao, the biggest thing you got to realize is that this whole narrative that, how many times have we seen Pacquiao go in there and someone's like, hey, look, this guy's too big, he's oversized, he's a weight bully, he hits hard, and he's going to dominate. And then what happens? Pacquiao goes in there and embarrasses him. Like, this has happened so many times. So you can't count out Pacquiao. The other thing is people are trying to say 2 years out of the ring for Pacquiao means a really bad thing for Pacquiao. The truth is, it's not bad for a guy that's 42 because he needs to be very on point with his body and everything like that. So I'm leaning towards Spence, but don't ever count out Manny Pacquiao. He's an all-time legend. So Spence body shots, yeah. end of the prime pack, but I think this is, yeah, I agree. I think that the big thing is the fact that Pacquiao wants to go after the top of the top. The top dude tells me everything about Manny Pacquiao. Like, I'm a huge Manny Pacquiao fan. I love Manny Pacquiao. But the fact that he doesn't want to mess around with easy fights, you know, it just blows my mind. And if Pacquiao does win against Spence, I mean, you got to have the conversation about where you put him as all-time great. I think he's already probably, I mean, arguably, depending on who you are, if you put him in the top 10 of all-time great. I mean, if he beats Spence, that's just mind-blowing. It's just crazy. So I, like, in a way, my heart wants Manny Pacquiao to win because I love Manny Pacquiao. I mean, I love him to death. So, of course, I want him to win. But, like, the realistic side of things, you know, would you put him above Mayweather? There's people already talking about him being above Mayweather possibly. But if he beats Spence, he is above Mayweather. Mayweather's fighting a freaking YouTuber. He's fighting a freaking YouTuber. And Manny Pacquiao is fighting a top 10 pound for pound. You know, I mean, it's an unbelievable historic level if Pac wins. I mean, it's unreal if he wins. So I'll be rooting for Pacquiao, but Spence will win. Yeah, I think that's true. Pacquiao is already legendary. I mean, like I said, win, lose, or draw, I think Pacquiao is already top 10. You know? But, you know, like I said, some people feel like Pacquiao career-wise is better than Mayweather. I'm not even going to get in that argument. But I think if he beats Spence, you got to put him, like, pretty high up there. If he beats Spence, you really got to have the conversation. And look, like I said, where you guys put, you know, top 10 all-time great people, that's a really tough one. That's not an easy one to kind of judge because everyone has things that they like to see and different errors. And, you know, I mean, where are you going to put Sugar Ray Robinson? You know, like, obviously, these kind of conversations, Joe Louis, Rocky Marciano, like, there's just, it's not easy to make these kind of lists. Willie Pep, all that kind of, you know, all these kind of wonderful fighters throughout the ages. It's super hard to have. So I'm not going to act like, you know, but I think you can have the conversation about him and Mayweather and, you know, depending on what you like, you know, let's be fair there. But his brother took his hat. Dude, that part was hilarious. I know Mayweather is fighting content creators. You know, look, Mayweather's also a genius when it comes to marketing and billing himself. I mean, he's going to make $100 million, so. What's been going on with Ryan Garcia? That dude's vanished. So, I don't know if you know, but Ryan Garcia took some time off for mental health. He is back in the gym. So, he is back in the gym, but he did take some time off, which I think is good. He talks about anxiety being a problem for him. I think that's good if he needs that. I mean, Floyd will always have one up on Manny. The big thing is, it's hard to have that conversation about Floyd versus Manny because Floyd, I mean, he's never lost. You know, like he's never lost. So it's really hard, you know. Ryan is transitioning. I mean, really, does Ryan have a fight? He was gonna have the Fortuna fight, but that's no more. So he'll fight Clarissa Shields. I mean, I mean, look, I think it's important for young fighters to be smart about their careers, and if that means you got to take some time off, that's fine by me. I really don't hate on that. I can understand, like, being in that limelight and everything that they're doing. That's super tough. Okay, boys, before this fight starts, I will be right back. I am going to get another beer, and I will be right back. Okay, boys. Yeah, I think it's good for Ryan. Steve, I agree with you. He's back in the gym. That's important. And look, even if you don't like Ryan Garcia, he's done one thing that's massive. He's shown that you don't need at all to rely on just purely promoters. Which I think is important. To show young fighters that promoters can only do so much. If you can cultivate yourself by elevating yourself. Am I planning to get hammered? I never get hammered on stream, but I am planning to feel pretty decent. I have to get up at 5 a.m. So I can never get too silly. That's for sure. Once you have a kid, you can never. This kind of goes out the window. That just goes out the window. So, here we go. Boys, here we go. Main event. Let me know who you have and how you have them winning. So, obviously, Josh Taylor getting some boos right now. I want to see Ramirez win so badly, but it's hard to deny Josh Taylor. And like I said, they said that they're 5'10 each. They're the same size. I don't know about that. It looks like Josh Taylor looks very good sized. He looks bigger than Ramirez. I don't know how much that's going to, if they're playing on the inside, I don't know, man. Man, I'm so pumped. Oh, I know you're joking, Steve. I know, brother. You've been at the live stream plenty of times, I also would get very nervous about getting super drunk on stream. I just feel like that's a bad combination. Being live on the internet and drinking too much, right, Steve? Like you're just asking for trouble. You know? All right. Pistachios, yeah. I know. What? I didn't expect to see Ramirez sponsored by pistachios. Okay. Groundskeeper Willie. Tartan Tornado. Vaughn, every time you say that, man, I laugh. Mostly because I grew up with The Simpsons and I was such a huge Simpsons fan. He's talking about Josh Taylor because he's Scottish. Groundskeeper Willie with a thick Scottish accent. Oh, man. So, Pistachio's stock just went up, especially if Ramirez wins. Yeah, exactly. Steve, you have Taylor on points. I think that's pretty safe. I do too. Yeah, Taylor definitely looks a little bit bigger. Ben, he likes Taylor. So if you want to pick the other guy, go ahead. Here we go, boys. Yeah, right, Steve? I'm just like, no way do I want that. Ooh, Ramirez moving very well right now. Trying to get on the inside, trying to find his lane. Here we go. The biggest thing I think that we're going to try to find out is you're picking Ramirez by KO. Jay, that's a bold one. I like that. I think Taylor's going to try to be, this is what I thought. Taylor would try to be on the front foot. Definitely would try to be on the front foot. Here we go. I think I like the way Ramirez is moving, and he's trying to create angles. Taylor right now is looking pretty solid. I mean, there's no real feeling out, too much feeling out right now, which I like. I thought there'd be a little bit more. I think if Taylor can get that jab going, start going to the, I mean, both of them work the body exceptionally well. Nice body shot right there from Ramirez. Ramirez is in a nice rhythm already. I have to not focus on the crowd because they're obviously going to be on Ramirez's side. Josh Taylor with a nice straight left to the body. Very nice. Very nice. Both guys having some great success in this first round. Last minute. Oh, I love Kenny Bayless. This is a tough one. Yeah. Good quick breaks is what I like to see. These guys are getting tangled up quite a bit. Let's see. Pistachio protein makes you strong. Ooh, nice body shot from Taylor again. Feeling a little bit like it's on Taylor's side. Good pick, Jay. I mean, I think that's a bold statement, and I kind of like that you're not afraid to kind of put it out there, Jay. That was close. I don't know who to give it to. I agree. I'm gonna lean towards Taylor, just ever so slightly. I don't even know, man. Super close round. Super close round. I thought Ramirez, like I said, that one's super close. I could see that either way. Yeah, maybe Taylor. Yeah, I agree. Like, that's super close. I'm liking that Ramirez is not totally on the back foot. He's using his head movement to get inside and try to be the aggressor. It looks like right now I expect a little bit more. I like the feints that Taylor's doing. I want to see if he can get that jab working for him, though. Ooh, Taylor with a nice straight left. Ramirez is doing a great job, though, overall. I mean, both these guys, this is why this is going to be a fun fight, because these guys are just not backing down, though. I mean, the big thing you can't let is Taylor feel comfortable with the distance. I like that Ramirez is cutting off the ring and trying to force Josh Taylor on the back foot. I didn't expect to see that. I didn't expect to see that. The feinting by Josh Taylor is working pretty well. Nice body shot right there. Straight left. And he's, you know. If anything gets too close. What do I think of Ben Davison as a coach in this fight like this? Honestly, I think Ben Davison's going to age like wine when it comes to being a coach. I think the more big fights he's in, I think he made the right call in the Billy Joe Saunders corner. I think he's only going to get better. And I feel like Ben Davison is going to be a really top-notch coach. I really like him. His knowledge is excellent. The fact, you have to give a man credit when he took Tyson Fury from 400 pounds to being a legit contender, and I think a lot of people feel like he won that first fight against Wilder. That's just mind-blowing. If you can do that, you're pretty special. You're pretty special. So I'm glad he's in fights like this, because I think he's only going to get better. Ooh, that's a bold statement. I like the confidence there. I think Taylor's landing some more. Oh, Ramirez, though, is definitely, I mean, the movement by Ramirez is fantastic in this round. I would love, honestly, if Wilder did somehow land that right hand and knock out Fury, it would just be, I mean, it would be crazy. It would be crazy. But anyways, the same thing with Usyk. If Usyk beat AJ, that'd be wild. Who do you guys have winning that round? Holy shit, that was a good round. I had Taylor winning the first half of that. Ramirez came out super strong. I think Taylor, in the end, landed more clean shots. I think Taylor, I have to agree with you guys. I think Ramirez made a statement by showing that he can get on the inside and doing good work, but I think Taylor overall controlled just more of the overall round. So, that was a really good round, though. And I feel like Ramirez is starting to, like, kind of go through the gears a little bit. Wonder if Wilder and Usyk wins. Oh, dude, that would be amazing. Like, that would be pretty wild. Like, that would be pretty crazy if that happened. Because then we'd have those two fighting, and that's like Styles Makes Fights, and like that's the craziest matchup right there. Here we go. I like that Ramirez is being so aggressive. I like that from Ramirez a lot. Because I think it could pay dividends. It shows me that he's confident, and I like that. Yeah, I know. Not the greatest chances, but, like, you know, who knows? I agree, Vaughn. Okay. Let's see if Taylor gets a little bit more on the front foot this round. Taylor's feints have been doing excellent work right now. He's been doing a really good job at that. Ooh, Ramirez lands a good left hand. I think Ramirez is coming on strong this round. Nice body work. He's backing up Taylor right now. This is Ramirez's round right now. Holy shit, Ramirez. Oh, is Taylor hurt? I don't know. I don't think he is, but he's certainly not happy. Wow, Ramirez is really stepping it up this round. This is what I talked about, that he could step it up. And the thing is, we always talk about Josh Taylor's footwork, But Ramirez is moving beautifully in this fight. And Taylor's looking a little bit more flat-footed this fight. Taylor's definitely coming back, though, right here. Trying to say, if you want to fight on the inside, let's fight. Oh, man, that left hand from Taylor. This is amazing. This is an amazing, amazing round. I would love Ramirez to win this. This is an awesome round right now. Oh, beautiful body shot by Ramirez. Another body shot. That uppercut to the body is excellent from Ramirez. This is his round right now. He knows it. He's saying, I'm bringing it. Huge round right now. Taylor's getting KO'd. I mean, I would love that to be definitive like that, because otherwise I think people are going to bitch and moan about the decision. Oh, Ramirez again. Taylor's looking a little bit frustrated this round. Ramirez, I think, feels it right now. Ramirez is feeling good. Here we go, boys. Can you say upset possibly? What a fight. Ramirez has won this. Oh, dude. I think Taylor is... Wow, what a fucking round. Okay, boys. The tide has shifted. The momentum has shifted in favor of Ramirez. Ramirez is in his groove. He's moving beautifully. Can he keep this up? Jay, you brought up him being a little bit weight drained possibly. That's a tough one. If he can't keep doing this for the entire fight, it's going to be a tough one. John, I agree with you, brother. That was a Ramirez round. That was a Ramirez round. Josh Taylor needs to regroup. Little bit of swelling on the right eye of Taylor. Nothing too bad. Good fucking round, man. And I think we're starting to see Ramirez really amp up. Let's see if Taylor answers. Holy smokes, boys. Holy smokes. Taylor just looked a little bit overwhelmed that round. Ramirez's head movement is excellent. Yeah, listen to the crowd right now. Holy cow. Huge round. Exactly what Jose Ramirez needed to. Because those first two rounds were so close, they could definitely go in his favor now. If you gave one of those first rounds to Ramirez, he's up right now. But he needs to be on the front foot. Taylor's trying to assert himself. Big left hand. Big left hand from Taylor. Taylor's trying to use that power. Ramirez has got to be careful jumping in like that. Nice body work right now from Ramirez right there. Again, keep going to the body. Keep switching it up. Ramirez is doing some solid work right now. I like that he's on the front foot again. Oh, landed a nice shot. That looked like a right uppercut. And Ramirez's output is phenomenal right now. Oh, another straight left from Ramirez. And Taylor is just not able to answer. This is a good back and forth, but Jose Ramirez has to be careful. He has to be careful. Because Josh Taylor is still dangerous. I'm expecting to see plenty of clinching because guys don't want to give up their exchanges if they don't feel like they have the advantage. That's for sure. Whoever wins the mid-range is really going to win this fight. Josh Taylor. Ooh. Yeah, Josh Taylor, I mean, protect yourself at all times. That's what he's doing. He is pushing down on the top of the head. Yeah, he's doing that a lot to Ramirez. Man, there's only 5,000 fans, I think, there, but boy, does it sound like there's more. People are amped up. Oh, Taylor landing some nice body shots. Again, left hand to the body. Beautiful work right now from Taylor, and Ramirez is trying to answer, pushing up Taylor against the ropes. I think Ramirez is doing a great end of this round. Taylor right now had some big moments. Lands a good left hand, misses. Whoa, how do you boys score that one? Round 4. Wow. I'm going to give that round to, I think, Ramirez. I think Ramirez won that 4th round. Just barely. Just barely, maybe. Holy smokes. Taylor, I think Ramirez might have won that. I mean, super, super close. I think Taylor did better at the beginning. I feel like Ramirez did better in the middle. I mean, that's so tough to score that round. That's so tough, Jay. Yeah, I agree with you. That's exactly how I feel. I think Ramirez overall did better, but I mean, it's so close. I think it was like, look, if you had Taylor winning that round, I don't blame you. These guys are just, I mean, that was about as even as it gets in a round. Stop doing split screen. What the fuck are you doing? Why are they doing split screen right now? Get the hell out of here with that. Here we go. Big thing for Ramirez is that he needs to be on the front foot. Wow. Andre's scorecard has 3 rounds for Ramirez. He only gave the first round to Taylor. I don't agree with that. I think it's 2-2. I'm hoping they don't continue with this holding right now and clinching. I think Ramirez cannot be stagnant though. If his head movement gets stagnant, that's where Taylor will start to pull away a little bit. Nice little quick shot to the body right there. Yeah, overall going Ramirez's way, I'd say right now he's got the momentum, but Taylor is, I mean, let's see if he changes things up. This round right now, I think I'm leaning towards Taylor so far. But Ramirez has got to be continuously pushing forward. Okay, come on, boys. Let's see who decides to take. Oh, nice little quick right hand. Oh, big right hand from Ramirez. Inside fighting. Josh Taylor, man. Oh, both land some big shots. Yeah, I agree, Jay. He does need to be careful because Taylor is definitely looking to counter, and he's fairly heavy-handed. Taylor right now, both of them going back and forth. This is such a good fight. This is such a good fight. Oh, good straight left from Taylor, man. When he goes A to B with that left hand, it's awesome. Great straight left hand from Taylor. Ramirez needs something right here. Because I think Taylor feels like he's won the round. I would probably give the round to Taylor. This is so good. This is so good. Taylor's doing a nice job. Now we're starting to see the footwork of Taylor come out a little bit. I think that round went to probably Taylor. It looks like there could be a cut underneath Taylor's eye, yeah. I think we'll see if that swelling affects him at all. Yeah, I had Taylor winning that round, John. Dude, yeah. Absolutely, Vaughn. Amazing fight so far. Amazing fight. I mean, come on. Vaughn, you know as well as I do. You said the same thing. Like, you said this could be fight of the year too, man. You knew it. Ugh. So fun to see these guys going back and forth. And the momentum shift. The momentum shift has been huge. It seems like Taylor's gone up a notch. Like he's kicked it up another gear. Can Ramirez meet him is the question. This is awesome. Oh! Oh! Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Ramirez looks hurt. Ramirez looks hurt. Huge knockdown. Taylor is so ready to pounce on this. I think Ramirez is okay, but he's got to be buzzed right now. Huge knockdown. Oh! Oh, Ramirez comes back! Oh! Boy, oh boy! Ramirez comes back with some big, heavy hands on Taylor. Taylor definitely ate some shots, but he's just being patient, which is smart. He knows if he rushes it, he could get caught as well. Wow, what a fucking unbelievable twist right there. Ramirez was getting a little too confident, came in, and Taylor's that straight left is just brutal. Oh! Is Taylor hurt now a little bit? Both boys are just swinging. Holy shit, what a fucking fight, man. Oh my God, this round's amazing. Taylor's doing some nice work here. Ramirez, I think, is... Oh, wow. I think Ramirez needs to... I think Ramirez is doing a good job keeping calm right now and not getting too wild. The big thing is with Ramirez, if that head movement gets stagnant, Josh Taylor's going to land that straight left. I mean, Josh Taylor's fighting really long right now. Look at the way his feet are. Josh Taylor's fighting really long, and it's doing well. Oh, he hits him again with a good straight left. Ramirez. How is Ramirez? Oh, my God. I think Josh Taylor has found what he needed to this round. Fight long, and then just do single shots right now are working in his favor. Ramirez trying to do some work on the inside. Wow, is right, Steve. Jesus. Ramirez, though, is just so tough. Oh, that hook, that right hook from Josh Taylor looked deadly, and Ramirez ducked right under it perfectly. The big threat right now is that straight left from Taylor. He's got to be so careful about that. Wow, what a fucking round. Safe to say that round went to Taylor. That was an 8-10 round. Ramirez has got to be a little bit nervous. That straight, oh man, straight left hand, Vaughn, yeah. Beautiful, timed it perfectly. Beautiful work from Taylor. Yeah, dude, he ran right into that. Taylor timed him perfectly. Perfectly. That's a huge, huge shift in momentum for Taylor right now. Huge. Yeah, pull counter, man. 7th round, Ramirez is going down, John says. I don't know. I think Ramirez can last a little bit longer than that. I think he can last at least till 10 rounds. At least. But I could be wrong. Taylor, I think, is starting to find a home for that left hand, but I think Ramirez is going to adapt a little bit. He's going to be a little bit more gun shy, which could affect it. But the big thing is that head movement has got to be consistent from Ramirez. Wow. Good straight right hand to the body from Ramirez right now. Jose Ramirez is doing... You couldn't tell that he just got knocked down that last round, the way he's fighting right now. Coming forward. You would never expect that. Okay. Right now, you got to wonder if Josh Taylor's trying to lure in Jose Ramirez. Nice head movement from Josh Taylor getting out of that corner. I mean, you have to imagine that Josh Taylor is trying to lure Ramirez to come in to land that big left hand like he just did that last round. And if Ramirez is smart, I think he knows what he's got to do, which is keep his head low, keep a good high guard. Yeah, this round slowed down. They've both slowed down a little bit. Josh Taylor with a nice uppercut. The big thing is Josh Taylor's now really changed the pace of everything. Because Ramirez is a little bit hesitant to engage now because he's worried about that left hand. Nice body work right there from Ramirez. Josh Taylor's moving so good right now, though. His footwork's excellent. The way he's bopping around. He's definitely utilizing that 22-foot ring. That's for damn sure. Nice body shot right there from Josh Taylor. It's over soon. I mean, I'm not going to count Ramirez out, that's for sure, but I think Josh... Oh, boy. Another knockdown. Ramirez is done. He's done. He looks very hurt right now. That's not good. Not good. Yeah, Ben, you might be right. It might be over soon. Ramirez is trying to fight, but Taylor's just too much right now. Wow, saved by the bell. Alex, what's going on, brother? Wow, Josh Taylor, man. Huge round. Huge round. Another knockdown. I mean, Ramirez has got to be buzzed as can be. Wow. Taylor right now is really in his groove. That footwork he's using to go side by side and just lure in and make Ramirez have to engage is working for him again. It's working really, really well in his favor. At first, he was having issues. Oh, beautiful uppercut from Taylor. Dude. JT, you're right, man. He's very lucky Kenny Bayless did not end that. I mean, that was a beautiful left uppercut. Josh Taylor has definitely found his groove in this fight. It's not over yet. You're right, Vaughn. It's not over yet, but right now, Josh Taylor knows exactly what he wants to do. He's going to bring in Ramirez and then counter him, make him hesitate. The engagement has to be, you have to be certain with your engagement and your head movement. And right now, Ramirez's head movement is just not the same it was. Nice body shot right there from Josh Taylor, man. He's on the hunt right now, boys. He's on the hunt right now. This could be the end for Jose Ramirez. Yeah. I think Josh Taylor sees that he can dominate right now. I mean, the fact that Ramirez is still standing is incredible. The little birds chirping. Taylor close to losing a point for late hit on the brakes. and after the bell. Yeah, no, that's definitely that, and pushing down on top of the head of Ramirez. Kenny Bayless is pretty fair about stuff, so. Right now, Ramirez, look at that head movement. Look at the footwork from Ramirez. Look how flat he is. Look at Taylor's footwork. Look how he's bouncing. Look how he's moving side to side, using lateral movement, changing angles. These are the things that Ramirez was doing in the first rounds, and he's flat-footed now. Obviously, he's stunned. Obviously, he's still a little bit hurt. But Josh Taylor on the front foot right now, just trying to dominate. I like how, Taylor lands another beautiful left hand. Taylor really utilizing that length. I know they're supposed to both be 5'10", but they're not. They're not. Josh Taylor's clearly the bigger guy. And Taylor right now is just trying to bully Ramirez around the ring. I'll say this. Ramirez is holding on very well this round. He's trying. Ramirez has to move his head. Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest problem he has. Otherwise, Josh Taylor's going to find a home for either that uppercut or that straight. Like I said, the A to B on Josh Taylor's left hand is fantastic. The way he delivers that is just so fast, so powerful. Man, Ramirez has just got no quit in him, though. Like, if you don't appreciate this fight, I mean, come on. Josh Taylor, though. Wow. How do you guys have that round? That was kind of a weird round. Dude, he's recovered so well, Jay. So well. I think that round maybe went to Taylor, but Taylor was not as effective as I thought he would be on the front foot. I thought he was going to go in for the kill and get it. It just was not there for him. And that's a really big deal because Ramirez has slowed down. His footwork has slowed down. But Josh Taylor was just not able to really find a home for that left hand. Like I said, that uppercut, his A to B with the straight left, just wasn't there. 9th or 10th round KO for someone. I mean, I'd probably give it to Taylor. Who knows? Who knows? Ramirez could bounce back. And mind you, Andre Ward has more rounds for Ramirez than I do. So, depending on how the judges are looking at it, I definitely feel like Taylor's pulling away, though, right now. Let's see if Taylor can use that length and just bully Ramirez. I mean, he just looks so much bigger, too. He definitely rehydrated well. I think right now it's safe to say that Groundskeeper Willie, baby, Tartan Tornado bagpipes will be playing through Glasgow. and Burrow. Oh, Vaughn, dude. You know it. The Scots will absolutely be going crazy. Even though it's like 4 a.m. there or like 3 a.m. there, they'll be going nuts. They'll be going nuts if Josh Taylor wins this. I still can't believe that Ramirez is in this fight. I can't believe it. You know, Kenny Bayless is doing a nice job breaking up these clinches, too. I think Josh Taylor's footwork is giving problems. Ramirez's jab is doing well. Yeah. When he lands that, Jay, it's excellent. I think Taylor's doing a nice job of pawing and finding distance. But I think the biggest problem right now for Ramirez is the angle changes that Josh Taylor's giving him. But, oh, big shot right there from Ramirez. Ramirez is doing a good job this round, actually. Kind of bouncing back a little bit. Taylor's not as effective as I thought he would be. Yeah, I have to agree with Tim Bradley. Josh is definitely taking this round off. His engagement has dropped off. Ramirez, though, I mean, Still trying to find a way, but look how flat-footed he is. It really concerns me. I mean, Josh Taylor, I think, knows that he just needs a couple good shots and he can end this fight. 6-2 for you, John. Ramirez, yeah, I mean, Ramirez is absolutely a fighter. There's no question. If you're going to take Jose Ramirez's belt, you're going to have to earn it, man. You're going to have to earn it. He's not going to give it away for free. That's for damn sure. Nice little uppercut there from Josh, but low volume. Low volume from Josh in that round. Gave that round to Ramirez. Yeah, I agree, Jay. I agree. I mean, Ramirez definitely came on strong that round. Now, let's see what happens. So, scorecard right now, Alex. As you can see, Taylor right now is winning, but you also have to remember there's a few rounds. There's 2 rounds that are 8-10 rounds for Taylor. So, I mean, right now, basically, Ramirez has to win the rest of the fight, and he has to at least get some kind of knockdown, because otherwise, he's not going to win this fight. Oh, Ben, yeah, I agree. He definitely is regretting not finishing. Ooh, there's quite a bit of swelling underneath that right eye of Jose Ramirez. Ooh, nice straight right hand from Jose Ramirez. Right, straight right hand is the southpaw killer, so let's see if he can land a few more of those. Oh, dude, I like Ben Davidson. Like I said, the fact that he could take Tyson Fury at 400 plus pounds and get him down to actually fighting weight and have him do so well against Wilder is just incredible. If you don't respect Ben Davidson, man, wow, Ramirez just ate a huge straight left. How? How does he eat those shots? I don't know at this point. Josh Taylor's footwork is just... The conditioning by Josh Taylor is really coming out right now. The conditioning definitely is starting to show. This is excellent right now. I mean, this is still a boxing match. They haven't devolved into just a street fight, which I like. But Jose Ramirez is lunging a little bit more than I'd like, because that straight left from Taylor's going to time him coming in like that, like it did earlier. Taylor needs to hit the body of Ramirez. I agree, JT. I agree. Especially a guy like Ramirez who is gonna, oh man, maybe question whether or not he can take a punch upstairs, go downstairs with it, make him question it a little bit more. Ben is a younger trainer. Yeah, learn the game like any great trainer the hard way. Absolutely, Vaughn. The big thing is with Ben Davidson, you have to realize he's probably been in more championship fights in the corner for more championship fights than most young trainers have ever been in at this stage. I mean, what is he, like 27, 28? He's around there? I mean, he's so young, man. He just got here. How's the stream been? Oh, dude, it's been great. This fight has just been amazing. The undercard was not great, though, to be fair. The undercard was a little bit dull, but this has just been an absolute war right now. Josh Taylor is doing some excellent work here at the end. Ramirez, I think, has been doing some good work in terms of being the aggressor, but yeah, I think Ramirez might be winning this round just slightly for me. Just slightly. Oh, yes, big shots right there. Huge shots for Ramirez. Holy cow. Dude, I'm 35 too. And the fact that Ben Davidson is, I believe, under 30 years old. Yeah, it's crazy. I gave that round, actually. I gave Ramirez that round. So, barn burner, Ramirez has to get a knockdown. Yeah, he does. Like I said, this is right now, Taylor's definitely leading right now. I like the volume of work that Ramirez did that round, but Josh Taylor had some huge shots. Huge shots that round. Yet again, I don't know how Ramirez eats that shot like that in certain moments. I think this fight is close. I think it's the big thing I have to say is I am trying to be as fair as possible, but like as you're seeing in the chat, people have different perspectives, and Andre Ward gave a huge chunk of the beginning rounds to Ramirez. Huge chunk of the first rounds. He gave one round to Taylor at the beginning. My video after this fight will have you in tears. It's ode to Scottish brothers. Dude, I think Taylor's gonna get this fight, but the fact that if Ramirez can last these 2 rounds, I mean, how do you not appreciate that? By the way, I think after we're done, we might play a little game on the stream where I show you guys tattoos and you guys have to guess who the fighter is. Ramirez getting stronger somehow. I don't know how he's still on the front foot. And it just seems like Josh Taylor, I thought he had so much momentum, and it just seems like it's died down a little bit. I think he's trying to get the timing back. And I think Ramirez is just trying to use volume in his favor right now. Ooh, good straight left again from Taylor. Good straight left. Another good straight left. I think both boys are getting tired, which could end in a KO here. Couple shots there from Ramirez. They're more glancing. Not great. Josh Taylor knows that if Ramirez even gets somewhat within mid-range, he's going to clinch with him. Taylor's kind of using more of a single punch rather than combination kind of tactic right now. Trying to just land super clean single shots, which can be really effective, especially if you can snap the guy's head back, show obvious dominance by doing that. Ramirez is trying to use volume and combinations. That high guard of Ramirez not working for him as much this round. Josh Taylor doing a nice job with just straight punches. I think Josh Taylor's felt the power of Ramirez and he's not scared. Ramirez is winning the 11th. I have Ramirez just slightly. Just slightly right now. Uh-oh, Josh Taylor looking a little bit in trouble. Josh Taylor looking a little bit in trouble. Ramirez is finishing this round super strong. And my God, what a fucking fight. Taylor does seem a little bit gassed. I was complimenting how good he looked, and now he just seems tired. Wow. That round went to Ramirez. Like I said, this is absolutely a great fight, JT. Awesome fight. I definitely gave that round to Ramirez. I've been a fan of Josh since he was fighting on the PBC. Taylor showed me everything he was about. And then when he fought Pro Grace, that was an awesome fight. When Josh beat Pro Grace, that was a huge fight for him. It just showed how he can just dominate guys at this weight class. And he did such a good job at that. It was so clear. And I was rooting for Pro Grace. And I'm just like, come on. Pro Grace definitely stole a couple rounds, but he had to work his ass off to get those rounds. Ma'am. Last round. Here we go, boys. Last round. Ramirez needs something big, in my opinion. I think he needs... Wow, Andre Ward, yeah. Yep. I would say that's a pretty fair scorecard right now from Andre Ward. I thought this would go the distance. But, I mean, we got super close. Oh, Prograis is definitely dangerous. I mean, versus Ivan Redcatch, I mean, he just... And Ivan's not the best, but he just, like, shined. You just saw a guy that just wants it. Let's see who finishes this really strong. I think Taylor's going to win overall. I think he knows that he just got to be really careful. Jose Ramirez is definitely trying to put some kind of pressure in there, but he can't be... I don't think he can find any kind of success. Tim Bradley always says someone gets hurt. Oh, you got hurt with that left hook. I don't know about that, but... Fight, oh my. Dude, this is an excellent fight. The biggest problem is that Jose Ramirez, those two knockdowns are going to haunt him. Those two left hands. I mean, he's hit Josh Taylor with some really good shots, but they're just not enough. They're just not enough. I mean, Jose Ramirez has got to be a little bit more urgent right now. Oh my God. My boy Josh is doing his De La Hoya impression when he's fighting. Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, he is. Yeah, fighting Trinidad? Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Taylor is overconfident. He's not working. Feels like he's got it in the bag. Yeah, definitely. I think he does have it in the bag. Ramirez is going for it. I mean, Ramirez is not shying away at all and knows he's in a desperate situation, which I'm glad to see. Yeah, he's definitely got to find the home run. Josh Taylor just looked at the clock and said, I got this. I'm just gonna hold on. I just gotta hold on. Yeah, Ramirez is definitely finishing with all the momentum for sure. But that's because right now, Josh Taylor just took so many rounds off at the late end. Oh. If you have the first rounds, opening rounds a little different, you got to remember there's some 8-10. There's two 8-10 rounds here. I think Taylor's going to get it. So if there weren't 8-10, it'd be basically a draw. But I think Taylor knows he won. I think he did win. Taylor should win, but oh, dude, a draw somehow, that would be brutal. It's unfortunate for Ramirez. He got dropped because he definitely won more rounds, in my opinion. I agree, Ben. Split decision for Taylor, but I called it. Yeah, dude, Vaughn, you did call that. You literally called that. 118 to 115, I think that's a very fair scorecard, John. I think that's a very fair scorecard. By the way, after the fight's done, we'll stick around, talk. We'll talk all about boxing, what's going on. Hopefully we get a little bit more. They'll give us a little bit more time with Tyson Fury. That'd be excellent. I mean, I for sure almost got... Dude, the 7th round KO, that was so close. Wasn't Fury Wilder a draw and then Fury got dropped twice? Or was that different? No. The first fight, Fury got dropped twice. He got dropped in the 9th and he got dropped in the 12th. It was a draw. I think personally I had Fury winning it. But I didn't score it, but feels like Taylor won because of the knockdowns. I agree, Jay. He took many rounds off. Yeah, he did later for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they give it to Ramirez. If they give it to Ramirez, I think that's so bad. Speaking of furry, dude, that court case is just going to be brutal. Brutal. The fact that they had to, the arbitration. Yeah, John knows John knows what's up. Yeah. I think Fury could have gotten Wilder out of there in late. Yep. Taylor won. Here we go. I think we all know who won this one. Yeah, he did pull Oscar De La Hoya. 114, 112. Or super lightweight. Yep. That's fair, man. That is a fair decision. Those knockdowns, absolutely. I think the right man won. Let's do a rematch, though. Let's do a rematch. 114, 112. That's a very close scorecard. I mean, yeah, the knockdowns did it. Yeah, I agree, Jay. Congrats to both guys. That was an excellent fight. Excellent fight. Okay, boys. So let's talk about what's going to happen now. Because where does Josh Taylor go from here? Does he do a rematch with Ramirez? Or does he fight one of two guys? Especially one of two guys. There's either you have the undisputed champion. I would say undisputed champion. You can argue with me about this, but Teofimo Lopez. Or does he fight Bud Crawford? Because Bud has said that he wants to fight Taylor. They're both under Top Rank. It seems to make a lot of sense. Because Josh Taylor is a good size. I believe Josh Taylor, I got to double check this. I'm almost positive Bud Crawford and Taylor are the same height. I believe they're the same height. I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive about that. Okay, no, I'm wrong. Terrence Crawford's about an inch, 2 inches shorter. Mind you, 7-pound difference. I think Taylor could definitely go up. He had 2 10-8 rounds. Yeah. He only won by 2 points. Exactly, JT. Taylor versus Crawford or Tio. Yeah. Great stream, man. Keep up the great work. Stay safe. See you next week. Dude, thank you so much for stopping by. Next week, by the way, boys, we are doing Devin Haney versus Jorge Linares. Excellent fight. I'm smelling an upset possibly with that one. Taylor versus Pacquiao for undisputed. That would be fun. Bud needs to fight a big name at 147. Yeah. I'm going in. Y'all have a great night. Take care, Zippy. Thanks so much, John. I will. Thanks so much, John. Love the post fight. Oh, dude. Sportsmanship between the two. Yeah, that's awesome, right? But where's the post fight interview? Oh, man. Dive. Thank you so much for the raid, brother. Dive coming in with a 5-viewer fucking raid. Thank you so much, man. Great fight. So who do you guys have? Do you have Tio? Oh, thank you so much for the follow, man. Do you have Tio or do you have Crawford as the next fight possibly for Josh Taylor? Or rematch with, obviously, Jose Ramirez. I think that for Teofimo Lopez, the longer he can stay at lightweight, the better. Not because I don't think he can handle heavier weight classes. I know he can. He can barely make lightweight. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. Ain't gonna accept the fight. I mean, that's the thing. He should. I think Terrence Crawford could do pretty well against Josh Taylor. I feel like he has a few more tricks up his sleeve. But the thing is, I feel like Lopez is itching to go to 140. Because his dad and him have talked honestly about just the weight. The weight is a huge problem. Lopez is a big boy. And with Tio, I mean, with that power, if it transfers to 140, he is crazy dangerous. Crazy dangerous. I mean, Tio's the same size as Bud Crawford. He's 5'8". So, Terrence Crawford ain't going to accept. Yeah, I mean, Bud should just fight himself. Dude, Bud, I love Bud Crawford. He's so good to watch, but he's just not fighting anybody, man. He took all last year off. He hasn't fought anybody. And it's just like, come on, man. Come on, man. I want to see something from him. So, one thing I promised you guys that we're due, and I thought you guys would find this fun, is we're going to do some tattoos from fighters, and you have to tell me who it is. You got to tell me who the fighter is. I'll show the tattoo. Okay, you ready? Let me make sure I edit it so that way you guys can't tell right away. But yeah, no, I think that if Bud is smart, he should definitely go after a big fight. Because otherwise, he's just going to sit there for another year. He's going to sit there for another year, and all that money, all that time, everything is just going to, you know. Conor McGregor, dude. I love Conor McGregor. That dude just won Forbes like #1 athlete, most money. I may be wrong, but Bud is looking real dumb right now. Oh yeah, no, he is looking dumb. No Spence fight, no Pacquiao fight. Jake Paul is available. Okay, boys. Who is this fighter with these tattoos? Can you name this fighter? I mean, yeah, people will forget about him. Absolutely. Because the big thing, if you don't have a casual fan base, you're going to lose a lot of money and pay-per-view. Bud versus Thurman. Dude, Thurman would be an easy fight, I think, for Bud. Because Thurman just doesn't stay in shape. But it's a good enough name. I would love to see Bud go against, like, Boots Ennis. But that Canelo, it's not Canelo. So, tell me who that tattoo is and who that fighter is. By the way, boys, we do this every Saturday. If you're new to the channel, thanks for stopping by. We're going to be doing Jorge Linares and Devin Haney next weekend. By the way, on Wednesdays, we are starting to do a new Wednesday news live stream. Just talking about fighting and everything else. Earl Spence Jr. Nope, not Earl Spence. I'll tell you this. I'll give you a hint. This guy is, if you can look at his arm, he's a couple weight classes up for sure from Earl Spence. So yeah, Wednesdays we're doing a live stream now with news to kind of talk about what's going on in the fight game, especially in boxing. UFC, I'm not as versed in, but there's been so much news going on. It's been crazy. Crazy. Does anyone have any guess who this could possibly be? I mean, come on. I thought this would be pretty easy. I thought this would be a really easy one, guys. Come on. Do I need to show who it is? Or how about I'll give you another hint? I'll give you another hint. He's above light heavyweight. Usyk, nope. Good, not a bad guess. You're in the general region or where this guy lives. Butterbean. Nope. All right. You ready? I'm gonna show you. Khabib, dude. Have you guys seen Khabib Jr.? I wonder what you guys think of that, by the way. Like, do you think it's still funny or do you think it's just been like overdone? Because it's been a lot. It's been a lot. Khabib Jr. has been pretty funny. Another hint? I'll give you another hint. There you go. There's your hint. There's your hint right there. If you don't know who that is. Povetkin, yep. Dude, Khabib Jr., like, oh, man. Especially be doing, like, Dagestan. Oh, my God, dude. It's such a crazy thing that he's doing these, like, actual fights now. And the guy's, like, 18 years old. He looks like a child. Steve, I'm so glad you like the Wednesday show, man. It's a lot of fun doing the more live streams with you guys. Yep, Povetkin. Okay, I'll do another one. This one will be pretty tough, possibly. Because this guy has some new ink. When I saw it, I was like kind of shocked, actually, by the amount of ink. It's all over the place, actually. It's actually not bad ink, but he has a lot of it. I don't have much of the other men's bodies. Maybe it's because I have a fair amount of tattooing myself. I'll tell you the next one. The next one is a boxer. I'll give you that hint. I have like 20 hours of tattoos myself. So, oh, this one would be a good one. This one's an easy one. This one should be pretty easy. I think you guys will be able to guess this one. Let me try again. Let me make sure I get the proper cropping on this. Otherwise, you guys will get it in no time. Okay. So here's the new one. I'm a big fan of tattoos. And then when I see people that have a lot of money get bad tattoos, it pisses me off. I'm just like, come on, guys. Like, you could do so much better. Okay. You ready? Here's the new tattoo. This should be a pretty easy one. Any guesses on this one? He is a boxer, and I'll give you this. He is not a current boxer. He is retired. Chisora. I love Chisora. Any guesses on the current tattoo? Which I might start doing this game on Wednesday streams. See if people can guess tattoos. I saw this on, someone posted it on Twitter. Like they did like a tattoo and they're like, can anyone guess who this is? And I'm like, oh shit, this is super fun. I'll give you another hint. He fought David Hay. He fought Roy Jones Jr. That's a pretty big hint. That should basically tell you who it is. Mike Tyson. Nope. I'll give you another hint. He's from the UK. He's from the UK. Yep, Calzaghe. There you go. Jay got it. Okay, new one. Calzaghe. Joe Calzaghe, man. Okay, this next one should be an easy one. This should be super easy. Like, super, super easy. I think this one is very apparent, but I could be wrong. Yep, Steve, you got it. Who's this? I think this one, I mean, this dude's got a lot of new ink. Yeah, Tank Davis. Tank Davis, man. Like, look at Tank. Dude, Tank has gotten so much ink. So much ink. It's ridiculous. It's kind of crazy. He's just started filling out like full sleeves of stuff. Okay. This next one, yet again, should be a gimme. This should be an easy one. Yeah, dude. Like, the thing you should learn about boxers and ink is that you should look at the guys that have good stuff. Because I've said this time and time again. If you're going to get a tattoo, price is irrelevant. Don't worry about that. JT, dude, GT shows us one of the large on the face. You could probably guess that one. Yeah, dude, I mean. Do you know that Mike Tyson with that face tattoo had to go to actual like court for that as a trademark? He wanted to trademark it and his tattoo artist wanted to trademark it. So he had to do all this court battle. Who's this? This one, I feel really like I'm kind of annoyed by it. I'm kind of annoyed by this because he should have good tattoos, but he doesn't. It should be amazing tattoos. And like, especially if you're going to get black and gray, like you need to have super high quality tattoos. Ryan Garcia. Yep. That dude lives in my neighborhood. Dude, Ryan Garcia, that collarbone neck tattoo, man. This neck tattoo is just terrible. Terrible. It kills me when I see a dude have so much money in shitty tattoos. It kills me. I don't mind the style of it. It's just not super well done. It's just not well done. It's for the quality. I'd say the best quality he has is this like dove over here. The way the contrast is. Yeah, dude. The lion's okay. The dove is really well done. The neck one is not well done. It bleeds too much. I don't mind if he has animals on because it doesn't fit him well. Yeah, I agree with that. The placement, look at the actual spacing of stuff. I should be doing this. The spacing of stuff over here. It's just like, it's a little awkward. And then he has like the whole like arrow thing going on his collarbone. It's a little bit awkward. Now, mind you, my tattoos they're very strategic in terms of placement. I have shoulders and then I have my chest. So my stuff's very like symmetrical. That's me. I think that Garcia could do better. This neck one, I don't like very much at all. I think he could have got that done better. But hey, you know, like I said, if you're gonna get a tattoo, man, get a really good tattoo. Don't get cheap. They trademarked his face. Damn. Why don't I get, dude, Steve. Yeah, no, there was a huge battle, massive battle over the trademarking of Mike Tyson's tattoo. I can't remember who won, but I believe that I don't know if the tattoo artist won or not, but it was a huge deal. Huge deal. All that's missing is tribal tattoos, dude. Tribal. Oh my God. Those Garcia tattoos, like, dude, yeah, I mean, they're not the worst. Like I said, actually think the Dove one's pretty well done. I keep saying I'm going to get one. I'm 40, so it might not happen, dude. If you're never too old to get a tattoo. But this is something that like my tattoo artist told me. He's like, you'll look back on your tattoos and you'll remember the weather. You'll remember when you got them. You'll remember where you got them. But you won't always remember the price. And like, I do remember the price, but still. Even still. It's one of those things where if you get good work, you don't really think about it. I had one of my tattoos actually featured in International Tattoo Magazine. Not to brag or anything, because my artist was featured. So, like, I kind of take it as a thing. Like, if you're gonna get it, you get it well done. I think this is a super easy one. You guys should get this so easy. Garcia probably got them when he was really young and didn't have a lot of money. So that's not true, Jay. The neck one in particular, he just got just recently, like literally a couple months ago. I believe the dove, the lion, and the other one he's gotten within the last 3 years. So he's had plenty of money. He's just gotten bad tattoos, which kills me. Okay, who's this? I think this one's an easy one. This is an easy one. Vaughn, you just dropped a video already. Dude, Vaughn. By the way, Vaughn, you've been dropping videos like crazy, man. You've been putting in the work. You've been putting in the work, man. Any guess on this? I thought this would be a pretty easy tattoo, too. But I just saw your video, dude. That is an amazing thumbnail, by the way, boys. If you don't follow Vaughn, you got to. Here's Vaughn's. You got to go check out Vaughn. There's his channel. Dude does amazing work. And Vaughn, congrats on getting over 50 subs, brother. That's huge. It's so hard to get over 50, and then once you get to 100, it's super hard too. You know what tattoos was memorable to me? Oh yeah, dude, that gun tattoo was super. You guys should. I can't believe you guys don't know this tattoo right here. With the eyes on it? I'm shocked you guys don't know this one. Okay, I guess I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint with the eyes tattoo. This tattoo is on a current multi-belt, multi-weight champion. How about that? So, does that help anybody? I mean, I thought that might help. By the way, Vaughn, I'm really sorry that Ben dude was being such a jerk to you. That was uncalled for on his part. I got like this close to banning him, by the way. Because you've been a long time, you know. No, good guess though, Vaughn. You've been a long time subscriber and like been really nice to me and like helping support the channel. So I was like super close to banning him, by the way. Because I thought he was being a little bit uncalled for. And he was being extremely rude, dude. So I'm sorry about that. Dude, yeah, I know you're cool with it because you got thick skin, man. But it was pretty uncalled for, some of the stuff he was saying. So just know next time if he pops in and he causes that same trouble, he's getting banned. Because I just can't tolerate that. Dude, yeah, no, I agree. And the big thing for me is like, look, I want my chat and people to be watching this stuff to have fun and be able to express themselves. Like, don't get me wrong. We can disagree on who's better when it comes to Floyd or Manny Pacquiao. Like, we can have fun with that. We can have these conversations. But when you start doing stuff like the Clarissa Shields kind of comment, like, it's not cool. And just in general, like, he was just being pretty rude. And, you know, it's just not... What do you call it, Sarah? Yeah, dude. Savannah Marshall, Katie Taylor, Serrano. I mean, yeah, no. Exactly. So just know, Vaughn, I'm going to keep an eye out for him for sure. And I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that he was rude to you like that. It's not cool. Especially people like yourself, you know, Jay, Steve, like a bunch of you guys, JT, like all these guys on both YouTube and on Twitch. If you guys come to my channel and support me like that and just want to like hang out and talk about boxing, this is a place where you can talk about boxing. And like, I'm not going to judge you, but I also don't want people to be super rude to you. If they are, I'm going to ban them. So he was like this close. And so anyways, I feel like faces of tattoos are really, yeah, dude. They are harder than you think. So I'm going to actually show you who this is because you guys haven't got it yet. I'm shocked you guys haven't got this one. Maybe it's just because I'm into tattoos. I noticed these things, but this one I thought was pretty obvious. It's actually, he actually has pretty good tattoos for the ones he has. You know? I would say he does a better job at getting quality tattoos. So. Boom. There you go. So, yeah. Yeah, Canelo, man. Canelo has decent work. And by the way, to do tattoos this light and get that kind of like contrast he has is really well done. He also has really good skin for it too. Yeah, dude, Steve, you would like Vaughn Blue, man. Vaughn creates quality content and he creates a good volume of content too. He doesn't sleep around. He doesn't like sleep on like news stories or anything like that. I don't know the backstory behind Canelo's tattoos, these eye tattoos. I don't know the story behind most of his tattoos other than like the boxing is life one. Pacquiao versus Mayweather debate never will end. No, exactly. It won't. Remember back in the day when that was going on? Oh, dude, yeah. Boxing YouTube channels debate were terrible. And it, oh, dude. So the thing is with me, I've noticed this, and I've mentioned this to even Vaughn, I think. Like, Manny Pacquiao videos for me and my channel, like, take off. They do exceptionally well. They do really, really, really well. Like, my biggest videos are always Manny Pacquiao videos. So I always do a lot of Manny Pacquiao videos because they have a really, really high rate of click-through and everything else that, like, YouTube likes. The problem I have is when I see stuff in my comment section or people that have certain kind of, like, user handles that are racist, it really bugs me. I've seen like really terrible stuff. Someone said like Floyd, their handle was like Floyd is a like monkey or something terrible like that. And I was just like, dude, you're banned. Like, you're not allowed to comment on my videos if you're going to be awful like that. If you're going to bring race into stuff, like, just don't even bother. You know, like, I actually made a video a long time ago when Devin Haney made the comment about, like, not losing to a white boy. And this is my big thing with that. I said, look, he's young. He made a stupid comment. He apologized. You know, people make mistakes. I get that. But when I see people saying stuff like Vaughn brought up about the fact that someone's bringing up someone's a man or something like that, like, we just don't want to have those conversations because they're just not appropriate, and I don't think they're needed. I think we're trying to have fun watching fights together. I think we're trying to have fun talking about, like, who's going to win a fight, right? Who's going to fight next? That's what the whole point of this channel and these live streams are. When people get, like, racial about boxing, I really don't like it. Now, granted, you can say, like, certain promoters have a stable that are one way or the other, right? Like PBC has a lot more African-American fighters. But that's not because, like, PBC only has African-American fighters. I mean, they have Manny Pacquiao. They have a plethora of various individuals. If I'm not mistaken, I believe, I could be wrong about this, Caleb Plant is, I believe, PBC. Is he not? Thought he was PBC. So it's like, it's not about that. To me, it's not about that, and I hate when people do that kind of stuff because I feel like you're not really talking about the fighter in a complete way. I think that you can talk about fighters as individuals and what they can and can't do and what their talents are. I'm glad I knew you'd agree, Vaughn, because I think that I don't know if you ever deal with this stuff on your channel. I'm sure you do, but it's really, like, disheartening when people are, like, reduce someone to just the color of their skin or whatever, or their background or whatever, and just say, oh, well, he's going to win because of this. And it's just like, no, well, how about you talk about his footwork? How about you talk about more than that? Like, why do you think he's going to win other than just because of X, Y, or Z, you know? Anyways, that's my little tangent. Sorry about that, guys. Not trying to get political at all, you know. I try to keep things non-political here as much as possible, because I think that people get enough of that politics stuff in their daily life from everything else, you know. So I'm just excited to just talk about fights and have fun with it. Anyways, but yeah, with Manny Pacquiao, I saw that too. A lot of that kind of stuff. I've seen that on forums a ton. I hate that when it's on forums, man. By the way, with Linares versus Devin Haney, I think Devin Haney's going to go in to be the favorite. But is anyone else seeing a possible upset? Am I crazy? Like, I think there's something possibly there. You know? Only because Devin Haney has done amazing work. But Linares is just so seasoned and just such a skilled fighter, man. He makes it really interesting. I think that's why they're a good, like, matchup. I think they're a good pair. So I'm excited to see if Haney can show us a little bit more of that man strength. He looks in phenomenal condition. He looks incredible right now in camp, which tells me that he's taking this fight pretty serious. I think for him, he realizes that he wants to make a statement. And the way he can make that statement is going in there and just destroying Jorge Linares. Now, people are going to say and try to take away that win from him if he does win and say, oh, well, you know, he's old, you know, everything else. But at the same time, if he goes in there and blasts out Jorge Linares, I mean, that's really impressive. You're not crazy. You already know I think Linares is a live dog dude. He has that hand speed is just real deal. Haney looks good, but he hasn't proven to me that he's definitely, he's definitely got the skills, but he hasn't shown me that he has the skills to go through the gears that I think will make it important in those, like, big fights. And that's what makes it interesting, is because, like, Linares knows how to adapt and change. And I think Devin Haney does have those skills. I think he can do that. But we'll see. We'll see. Because the way I could see the fight going, early on, Linares really frustrates Devin Haney. Then Devin Haney finds that next gear and finds ways to be successful. Kind of, not the same way, but in a similar fashion to what we've seen. I mean, Loma kind of did something similar where he kind of found a later gear in like the 4th and 5th round a little bit, got knocked down in, I believe, the 6th, and then came back and really dominated in the 7th. But even Luke Campbell, like, he had a lot of issues with the hand speed of Linares and then found ways to kind of like step it up another notch later in the fight to make it more interesting. But I think Devin Haney can do the same. I think he does have something there. I think he has another gear, and I think Haney, I'm going to probably predict that Haney wins by decision, but it's not easy. It's not an easy, simple win for Devin Haney. He's got to do something, in my opinion, to say to everyone else, I'm here, I'm going to be the champion. This belt I got, it wasn't just email. It's not just email. And I think that's a big thing for him because I know it bothers him. It would bother me, especially a guy being this young, getting handed the WBC belt, which is a very respectable belt, and then having people basically say, oh, well, you only got this because of X, Y, and Z, because of, franchise, belt, and everything else. So, to me, the big thing is, for Devin Haney, he wants to show everyone. Not a bad card overall. Not my favorite card. Not bad, but I thought that it could be a little bit better. I would hope it'd be a little bit better. I mean, Mosley Jr., I'm kind of interested in seeing a little bit. Not my favorite, but I mean, the headliner for this, obviously, if Linares can go in there, man, the best argument for Linares is that he gave a prime Loma a lot of trouble and dropped him. The big thing with that is that, and I'm not trying to discredit you at all, Jay. I agree with you, actually, is that afterwards, Loma got shoulder surgery. So he was injured at a certain point. At what point, I'm not 100% sure in the fight. And he dropped a Loma that was not focused. And that just goes to show that Linares' timing and hand speed can catch you off guard. And I know he's not the biggest puncher. I know Linares isn't like super heavy-handed, but the hand speed and the experience are a real problem for people. And I think that he could give Haney early trouble. I'm hoping Devin Haney can rise above. Yeah, he got shoulder surgery after the fight. I know that. But Jay, I don't know what point he got hurt. That's the thing. Regardless, Linares was just, doing solid work throughout the entire fight. And mind you, how much of that was Loma hurt early or, was it after, at what point? Was it after the knockdown? I mean, he didn't look super hurt, but apparently I guess he was. So, I don't know exactly how it all played out, but I just know that he did get shoulder surgery. Here's actually the article. It's by Dan Rayfield. Bring that up real quick. And that's the thing with me and Loma is I love Lomachenko, but he keeps getting hurt. And part of that makes me wonder, did he have too many amateur fights? I think so. I think he waited too long to go pro. I think he waited too long to go pro. So it's tough when you see a guy suffering from injuries because that always makes things tough for them, especially as they get even more down the road. I think Loma knows that he doesn't have a lot of time left, so. Who's your number one all-time favorite fighter? Oh my God, Jay. Sugar Ray Robinson would probably be like, if I had to do like pound for pound, like all time, it'd probably be him. If I had to pick a favorite fighter of all time, I really love Joe Louis. And I love Joe Louis because of, I mean, Max Schmeling, that second fight, the pressure going in, everything to me, I mean, to me, that's just like such a next level of being able to deal with pressure and everything else. That's just bonkersville. You know, we talk about pressure and guys dealing with that. And the fact that Joe Louis could deal with everything that was going on, and then on top of that, like perform at the level he did, just shows me that, like, I mean, it's just a performance that I don't know how you could possibly top that. You get knocked out for the first time, and then 2 years later, you come back and you knock down that guy 7 times in the first round and end the fight. I mean, it's just like, it's just so phenomenal of a comeback and just everything else. And mind you, he beat Braddock for the belt at the time. And he said, I'm not a true champion until I beat Max Schmeling. Until I get my revenge on Max Schmeling, I'm not the real champion. And so like that whole side of it is like so old school and just amazing to me. It just shows Joe Louis was just such a different individual. Joe Louis and Ray Robinson, you were talking about the cream of the crop, very top shelf. Yeah, I mean, and then like with Ray Robinson, I mean, talk about a perfect fighter. And the saddest thing about Ray Robinson, in my opinion, is that we lost the first 10 years of his pro career. Like, there's no film of it, and what we've had has been like degraded and just like destroyed. It was just, we don't have it. And that's like the biggest criminal thing about Ray Robinson. Like, imagine seeing Ray Robinson 5 years into his pro career. Like, just think about that. That's just insane. That's just insane. So, for me, I like those. I mean, I like a good, like, you got to watch like Rocky Marciano and you can appreciate it and everything like that. But at the same time, like, I appreciate Rocky Marciano for the fact that he just could take the biggest punches, man. I appreciate that. But it's like, there's a certain sense of like the style of things, right? Like, who's got the style? And to me, that's the thing about both Ray and Joe Louis. They both have that kind of style. I mean, a lot of people love Ali. I love Ali too. I think Ali was pretty special. He's up there for sure. I'm never going to badmouth, Muhammad Ali. But Muhammad Ali also, I think, brought a different element to boxing. I think what he did was show how to self-promote and just be a household name in such a different way. Joe Louis was a very quiet guy. Sugar Ray Robinson was like out there and like in the public a little bit, but at the time, for the times, he couldn't be the same kind of celebrity that like Muhammad Ali could be. Muhammad Ali just showed a totally different level of self-promotion, being a celebrity beyond just what your fists do. And that's why I think Muhammad Ali is just like so important to boxing. Like he is basically the guide to how to be self-promotion. And I think that's something that's really kind of special about him. Because he knew how to sell a fight. He knew how to go about it in such a different way. Oh, Joe Frazier. I love Joe Frazier too. Guy fought a lot of his career with one eye. He later found out he was blind in one eye. A man's man. Oh, dude. Quiet guy too. Did all the talking in the ring. The thing about Joe Frazier that just makes me so sad is that when Joe Frazier died, Mayweather paid for his funeral. I don't know if I believe that's correct. And it just makes you think, like, these guys go on and how much money they have after the end of their career. You know? Could be wrong. Okay, so Mayweather offers to pay for Joe Frazier's funeral. I mean, as much as I'm not a huge Mayweather fan, like, that's pretty noble. That's pretty noble. To, like, respect your elders in that way from Mayweather, like, this goes to show he knows that, like, these guys paved the way for the sport, right? So, you know, like, guys like that, like Joe Frazier. Oh, God, I love Norton was another guy. I mean, just awesome fighter. Lewis and Schmeling showed each other, considerable honor and respect outside of the ring, too. Gotta love that. Steve, that's a great point, man. That's a great point. Because the thing is that, like, people don't appreciate is the pressure that Schmeling was under. Because Schmeling basically, he had nothing to do with that whole, you know, the party at the time in Germany. I can't even say it on YouTube because they could just go crazy for that stuff. The party at the time that was rising up in power in Germany, Schmeling had nothing to do with that, yet they were using him as a poster boy. And if he went back to Germany without winning, they talked about, like, he's done. They're gonna be done with him and his family and everything. And, like, the amount of pressure Schmeling had on him as well as a fighter is, like, unbelievable. Foreman said he was scared of Frazier when oh my God, I believe it. I mean, I love George Foreman right now because George Foreman's, like, one of the guys that, like, few guys that was in that era. Think about it. He's in that era of Ali and Frazier, and he's still around, and he took beatings. I mean, absolute beatings, and he still has his mind, which tells you something about George Foreman. I mean, he still has his mind. He's active on Twitter. People ask him questions all the time, and he literally answers like anybody on Twitter. People are like, what's your favorite workout? What's your favorite punch? Who hit you the hardest? You know? Yeah, Schmeling was in an impossible situation. Dude, like, people don't realize the pressure on both guys. Joe Louis was trying to be an American icon at the time. That was super difficult to do that due to his skin color. And then Max Schmeling was in an unbelievable situation. There's always the rumor, I don't know how much it's true, you know, that, like, the president called up Joe Louis and said, Joe, you got to win one for the good guys. And it's just like, to think of that, to be in that scenario as a fighter. Like, none of these fighters today are in that scenario. They might represent their country. They might have people and fans they don't want to let down. None of them have been in the same situation as Schmeling or Joe Louis. Like, both guys, you have to give a lot of respect to, because it's just like unreal pressure. You're fighting at Yankee Stadium. I mean, it's just like unreal situation to be in. So, I have a lot of respect for both that. Yeah, dude, that's pressure. The president calls you up and tells me you got to win. Like, that's crazy pressure. Marciano had style. Yeah, it was basically a caveman style, but it was style. Exactly, Steve. Like Rocky Marciano is the definition of having a granite chin. And like, as much as it was a caveman style, but like, it was a come forward. You're going to have to hit me with everything you've ever been given in life and then some. It was just crazy. All right, boys. I think tonight has been a pretty good night. I think we saw an amazing main fight. Great main fight. I wish Ramirez had pulled it out, but he didn't. Josh Taylor, that power came into play. So, a lot of great moments there. So, thank you guys for stopping by the stream. We're going to be live on Wednesday. Oh, man. I'm sorry. Was it my stream, or just like, I hope my stream didn't screw up too much for audio. We'll be live on Wednesday. I'll be doing a fight prediction for Devin Haney versus Jorge Linares. I don't even know where to go with that one. I've been racking my brain about that. By the way, like I said, thank you guys for stopping by. It's been super good. Jay, thank you guys. So thank you so much, Ben. You're always around. I love having you here on the stream. Steve, thank you so much as well. We had some good people from also, Twitch came by. That was super fun. I'm glad Von Blue was in the house. I love Von. I'm a big fan of Von Blue. So if you don't know Von, Steve, I'm glad you subbed him. You'll have a good time seeing what he has to say. Did you guys like doing the whole tattoo game? The tattoo game I thought would be fun, but people didn't seem to really get into that as much. Guess this fighter and guess who has the tattoo kind of thing. I thought maybe that would be kind of interesting, a different take. Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, Steve. Thank you, ma'am. Like I said, I felt bad for Vaughn because that one guy came in and was kind of being a jerk to him. I really don't appreciate that. I need to be a little bit better about moderating, maybe. I didn't know who the boxers were. I mean, I figured Calzaghe was an easy one. I figured the Tank Davis one was an easy one. I thought Canelo, like I said, I'm a dude with tattoos. So I thought maybe, I'm a dude with tattoos. So I always kind of recognize that stuff. Well, maybe we'll play that on Wednesday a little bit more. I'll pick some other ones. There's a couple that are really easy. Really easy. But yeah, like I said, if you come to my chat and you're part of the live stream, I want you to just have fun, share your opinion. It's a safe place to give your opinion, whether it's a hot take or not. And I felt bad for Vaughn a little bit because that guy was kind of dogging him a little bit and being rude to him. I don't appreciate that. Vaughn's a good guy. He's been around for a lot of time. You did get Calzaghe. Yeah, that was a good one. Especially because Calzaghe has a very that cross on him is very distinct. Oh, back because of your phone. By the way, I can't wait. Have you guys? I don't know how much you guys are into video games, but that esports boxing club, they just did. They just scanned Loma and they just scanned Josh Taylor. I'm super excited for that game. I cannot wait for that video game. I'm going to be live streaming that thing for sure. I miss the dude who was a dude, yeah. No, I mean, Steve, if he shows up again and he starts doing it again, I'm just going to ban him. He was just kind of like being confrontational and stuff like that. It all started with just like a playful conversation about Wilder. And he called Wilder a bum, which, I mean, Vaughn is a very, like, much a fan of Wilder, so he took that personal. And, you know, and then it kind of like went back and forth and stuff, and I was just kind of like letting it play out because I thought, you know, it's just kind of playful banter. And then the guy kind of was a jerk, so he was a jerk to Vaughn, and that's not cool. Anyways, thank you guys. I will see you guys on Wednesday for sure. I'll come out with another video. And with that said, yeah, dude, I agree with that. With that said, I will talk to you later. Have a great evening. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Steve, as always, brother, glad you had a good time and were able to get your audio back. So, no problem, man. Have a good one.